Bum, 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 ba-da-da-da-da. Can I do this? Okay, I can't sing on it. All right.
Making it home from the store, greeting his wife Clara, and grabbing his binoculars to get a closer look at the forest from his backyard, Hector sees something strange off in the woods. It's a woman, and it's after giving his wife the car keys that Hector's curiosity gets the better of him as he decides to find out what is going on behind his home. This decision will change the course of events of Hector's life and his understanding of time itself. Only
There we go. I don't know how far this is.
At BNC.
if he has been here making it home from the store, greeting his wife Clara, and grabbing his binoculars to get a closer look at the forest from his backyard, Hector sees something strange off in the woods. It's a woman, and it's after giving his wife the car keys that Hector's curiosity gets the better of him as he decides to find out what is going on behind his home. This decision will change the course of events of Hector's life and his understanding of time itself. Only that's not quite right, because as we'll see, these events have already been set into motion.
We've seen each other before, right?
And all of Hector's decisions that he will make have already been made, yet still stand to be made by him. You're gonna have to get ready for this one, because the truth of what happens over the next hour and a half to Hector is one of the best examples of time travel in film. And with time travel, two things are certain. One, it can get very confusing very quick. And two, horrific things are going to happen. And to help with number one, so any of this makes any sense at all by the end of it, we're going to start at the beginning of the film and then work our way through what Hector is experiencing, and then circle back to understand what everyone else experiences during this very confusing hour and a half. Through all of that, we will see the horrific things happen as a mistake is made, and then through trying to correct it, it leads to the next mistake, and through trying to correct that one, it leads to more mistakes. But don't worry, because I've seen this film more than enough for all of us to have it make sense in the end. Hopefully. As you already know, Hector's our main character, and at the beginning of the film, he makes it home from the store with a bunch of stuff that they need for their home that him and his wife Clara just bought and are now renovating. And after picking up everything that had fallen out the back of the car, he kisses his wife and leaves this little table with her for her to assemble in the backyard as he goes to take a nap upstairs. Or at least tries to take a nap. Unsuccessful at that, he grabs his binoculars to get a view of his new property, and he spots a weird tower off in the distance, but before he can get a closer look at it, the phone rings. Answering it, no one speaks on the other end of the line, and then they quickly hang up, causing Hector to call back to see who it was or what's going on, but instead he gets this odd restricted answering machine. After the strange phone call in the backyard, Clara's finally got the table all together, and her and Hector decide to have a bet. If the table fits through the doorway to the room that they wanted in upstairs, then Hector will have to be the one to go and get them dinner. If it doesn't fit, then Clara has to be the one to go. And it's as Clara grabs the table to go and see how this bet is going to play out that Hector grabs his binoculars and sees something strange off in the woods. It's a woman standing awkwardly in the forest as she then takes her top off, and Clara returns having lost the bet. Hector is clearly confused and kind of beside himself after seeing what he just saw, but he doesn't say anything to his wife about it. Instead, just answering her in generic responses until she finally snaps him out of it, asking again for the keys to the car so she can leave to get them dinner. He then waits for the car to start before trying to look again and see what is going on, even moving his chair to get a better view of whatever is out there in the forest, but he only sees the woman's red pants lying on the ground. This is when he decides to investigate, getting up to walk through the woods to a road that is behind his home, and only seeing a dumpster that has been knocked over with trash spilled everywhere and a bike laying nearby a trail that leads back into the forest. Heading up this trail, he stumbles upon not just the clothes of this mysterious woman, but her, unconscious, not far from them. And then he stumbles for real over some limbs. Getting to his feet, he tries calling out to her, but no response, even grabbing a stick and throwing it towards her, but she still doesn't move. Believing that she may be dead, he steps closer to notice that she is still breathing when, wasting no time at all, he sprints for his life, running as fast as he can through the forest, trying his hardest to get away from whoever or whatever just attacked him, until he finally finds a tree that he can hide behind for just a moment to catch his breath. It's here that he quietly peeks out from behind the tree with his binoculars to see if the person that is after him is still after him. They are. Even with the intense pain in his arm, he knows that he needs to look again, and again he finds them with a bloody pair of scissors in hand as they slowly turn away from him and lift their hands up to their face. Terrified by this, he takes off and runs straight into a high-security fence, which he does make it over, but now has a couple more scrapes and scratches. He takes a moment with his face in the grass before making his way to the facility that is nearby, but no one is there because it's Saturday. Then, without much thought of the consequences, he grabs a big rock and throws it through one of their windows. It's beginning to get dark outside, and inside there's nothing really noteworthy except for an odd drawing on the back of a calendar pinned to a door. With just a brief glance at it, he throws it aside and then begins searching the building, and luckily finds him some first aid so he can wrap up his stab wound. It's in a lab that he finds a walkie-talkie and tries it out, and it's answered by someone who works there, as Hector tries his best to explain what in the world's going on, that there's somebody after him trying to kill him, when their conversation is interrupted by thunder. Important thunder, and it will come back up. The man tells Hector to stay right where he's at and he'll be right over, giving Hector some time to look around at all the crazy equipment here in this lab, until the walkie crackles again.
One question. Is the man after you wearing a bandage?
He asks because he can see a bandaged man through the surveillance cameras making his way towards the lab, jumping over the fence and leaving Hector with very few options. Hector knows, with the window being broken, that the bandaged man will know that he is hiding somewhere inside, as he then guides Hector out of the building to a lighted path that will take him straight to the silo, where Hector fast walks his way up this path, getting updates from the lab tech about the bandaged man, until the cameras stop working.
I don't know where he is. Run! Run!
And in a very realistic moment, Hector runs for not very long, then collapsing on the ground, calling for the lights to be shut off to the path so he can catch his breath, because he is not built for this kind of thing. It's the sound of a car coming up the path that reminds him he is running for his life and gets him to his feet and into the silo, finally meeting face to face with the lab tech, who also happens to be the writer and director of this film, Nacho Vigalondo. And because his character doesn't have a name, I'm gonna call him Nacho from here on. Nacho tells Hector that they will be safe in there, but he's being super weird about it, which, to be fair, everything in here is weird and also now powered to 100%.
You can hide in there. What is that?
This strange tank filled with a strange liquid really is the only place in here to hide, and Nacho is sure that the bandaged man won't think to look in there because he's able to lower the top to keep Hector concealed. And really, there's not much time left to come up with another plan, because the car that is being driven by the bandaged man has just pulled up outside. Still unsure, Hector tries to argue, asking where Nacho will hide, but the top has to be lowered from the outside. So Nacho assures him that he will begin the process and jump into the tank with Hector. It's the bandage man at the window that finally makes Hector get into the tank as Nacho begins the process of lowering the lid and then completely ignoring Hector's calls for him to also jump in. Climbing out of the tank and spitting out the weird fluid, Hector coughs, stands, and sees a very confused Nacho as he then turns to look out the window and realizes that it's now daytime. It's not until Hector walks out of the silo that Nacho runs over to begin questioning who he is, causing Hector to get up in his face and ask what he did to him and why he didn't also get into the tank. Still not understanding what is going on or who this man is, Nacho just asks if he has been here before. And this is when Hector looks up to see the same strange tower that he first spotted from his home.
We've seen each other before, right?
Hector doesn't respond, only walks in the direction of his house and uses his binoculars to see himself giving the table to Clara. Falling to the ground, Nacho also uses the binoculars to see the other Hector and kneels down beside him, even taking a moment to glance around to make sure that all of this is still real. Here, Hector stands and begins walking down the path because he is going to go home and call the police. He might try sending a message in a bottle, but it's not going to work because Nacho has to remind him he's already home and he can have another look in case he's already forgotten. And he does have another look to see and realize that they're doing the same thing that he had already done before. This is when Nacho tells him the date, September 16th, 2006, and Hector says that can't be right because that's the same day that he got into the tank. Only it was already nighttime when he got in.
So you only traveled a little.
It's here that they discuss what happened. Nacho knows that Hector traveled to the past, and it's this conversation that led, or will lead, to Nacho asking Hector to get into the tank so he can go back to the past to make this whole cycle work. That's why they don't need to do anything but wait, because as long as the Hector that is currently at home makes it into the tank, this Hector will then be able to just pick right back up as the only Hector and continue his life as normal. This is all still very confusing to Hector, so Nacho pulls a calendar down off the wall and then they step into the break room where he can also get him a coffee. Sitting down after inspecting the no longer broken window, Hector is then educated on who the man is in his home right now, Hector 1, and who he is now, Hector 2, and how they can both exist at the same time.
Look, you're here. You're seeing yourself, but there's only one arrow.
The line in the arrow is time itself, and this overlap that happens here is the reason that there is a Hector 1 and a Hector 2, but Hector 1 will only last up until this point in time when he gets into the tank, and then after that moment, there will only now be one Hector again. And Nacho tells him that he's willing to help make only one Hector again in the timeline as long as he doesn't tell anyone that he is there, because it is the weekend and he isn't supposed to be there in the first place. They make a deal for Nacho to help Hector and Hector to keep his mouth shut, so Nacho leaves to go and get the tank all prepped, but instead of just sitting around and waiting for Hector 1 to get into the tank and him just to continue on, he decides to call his house, where, just like before, Hector 1 answers the phone, Hector 2 doesn't say anything but hang up, causing Hector 1 to call back and get the weird restricted answering machine. It's the ringing of the phone when Hector 1 tries to call back that gets Nacho's attention as he runs in thinking the entire plan is already messed up within a couple of minutes, until they both realize that this did already happen, so everything's still on track. Just as long as Hector 2 doesn't do anything else to mess it all up, because if he alters the events to where Hector 1 doesn't make it into the tank,
It'll be the end of your life as you know it, all right?
so what does Hector 2 do when Nacho leaves to go and get the tank all prepped? That's right, he steals some keys to the car outside and heads for his home. Only before he makes it, he passes the same woman that he saw in the woods riding her bike on the road. As he slams on his brakes, looks back at her, and wonders what happened. He's mostly okay, other than a large cut on his forehead, but luckily he still has that bandage wrapped around his arm that he can use to stop the bleeding. The moment he touches the bandage, which is still soaked in the weird white fluid from the tank, to his face, everything clicks as he then begins to wrap his whole head with it, just as the woman comes running to see if he's okay. They speak briefly, she goes to call an ambulance, he makes his way up the hill, and then is helped over to the curve as she tries to leave to go and find signal somewhere so she can make the call, but he tells her no, because he's feeling dizzy. Then it's here, after giving him some water, that she fixes the bandage on his face.
Here, let me. That way it won't fall off.
He has seen these scissors before and knows that he will need them, so as she goes to make the call, he slips them from her bag and into his pocket. Then, without explaining, because he doesn't know how, he tells her that he needs her help and to follow him as they walk over to the very same trail that he went up into the woods earlier. And it's near the trash that she drops her bike, and he also spots the trench coat that he needs to wear. Here he points into the woods and starts walking, again telling her that he needs her help, and I completely understand why she goes to try to coax him back to the road so they can actually get him some help. It's because she knows that he was just in an accident, and after that, he is most likely just confused and doesn't really know where he's at. After all, he already said that he was dizzy, but from the way that he's acting, she has to give him one final chance before leaving him out there.
I have to go.
That way. Please.
They begin walking, and Hector too assures her that he will explain everything afterwards, and she questions why he can't just explain it now, and the only thing that he says is that it is hard to explain. Then, stopping in the same part of the forest that everything happened in earlier, Hector 2 then takes out his binoculars to find that Hector 1 is already sitting in the chair in the backyard, looking off into the forest, just as before. This is when she takes her chance and runs away as Hector 2 chases after her, but then trips and falls. So he checks Hector 1 again to see what he is doing, and that's when he remembers when he first saw her, which allows him to be able to sneak up behind her with the scissors. And here is when things get gross, and before they do, I would like to point out that her shirt has 2 cats on it. One on its back and one on its feet, being a representation of Schrodinger's cat. A famous experiment that I'm sure many of you have heard about, but the whole experiment was to illustrate the concept of superposition, which in the simplest of terms is where one thing can be 2 things at the exact same time, the same way that Hector 2 is right now, being both alive and dead in this moment, because Hector 1 hasn't yet made it into the tank to ensure that he will continue living, but he knows that he made it into the tank, which is the reason that he is currently there and is alive. So it puts him in this weird position of being in between, or superposition. This is his reasoning for doing everything that he does throughout this whole next scene. He is remembering what got him into the woods and is only trying to ensure that the same thing will happen to Hector 1 now so he can continue to exist. And I will explain all of this much more later on, because for right now, all we're experiencing is what Hector is experiencing. And since there is more for Hector to experience through this whole thing, that means that it's not all going to make sense right now, just as it doesn't make sense to Hector right now. And as for the woman, who also doesn't have a name in this film, I'm going to call her Barbara from now on, because that is her actress's name. Barbara is just caught up in the middle of all of this, having no idea what is happening or why it's happening. Only that it is, and it's the same way that it happened last time. But now both us and Hector have the understanding that the reason she was in the woods and took her top off in the first place to get Hector 1's attention is because he was there and made her do it. And he is completely disgusted with himself, not even daring to look at her, only keeping his eye on Hector 1 and telling her what to do. That is until he tells her to fully undress, and she, of course, believes that this entire thing is just some weird fantasy that he has. So then she begins to make statements in that direction, so he continues to look away, trying his hardest to explain that's not what this is about, right as she kicks him in the face and darts through the woods, trying to get away from this freak, leaving her red pants behind, and he goes to chase after her, but then he remembers that the last thing that Hector 1 will see before he decides to go into the woods are these pants on the ground. As he picks them up, puts them in the correct position, and then goes after her, finally finding her and tackling her right down a hill. This is why she was unconscious when Hector 1 finds her propped up against the rock. All of it done by Hector 2, including the undressing part. We will also talk a lot more about all of this and the decisions that Hector 2 made, but for right now, understand that the reason he made these decisions is because that's what he remembered finding and seeing as Hector 1, which is exactly what is happening now as Hector 1 has made his way into the woods and Hector 2 is hiding behind a rock. So the moment that Hector 1 walks up on Barbara, Hector 2 sneaks up behind him. Again, Hector 1 flees deeper into the forest, and Hector 2 stumbles around for a bit, trying to figure out where he needs to be to do the fake binoculars back at himself. Even trying it multiple times in different ways to make it work, but to no avail, until finally he is in the right spot at the right time, and it works, and Hector 1 is then sent on his way towards the facility. And with his mission nearly accomplished, Hector 2 sits down in the woods and tries to relax after all of this insanity. Running back to check on her and maybe try to explain what just happened, he doesn't find her. But he does find her necklace dangling from a bush nearby, at the same time that he sees the lights of his own home come on. Inside his own home, he calls out for anyone inside and then makes it over to the phone where he finds it missing from the receiver. Ripping it from the wall and most likely knowing what this means, he is stopped by a sound from upstairs. So slowly, he begins to climb up them. Hector just keeps getting beat up every time he turns around, but that doesn't stop him from trying again. Upstairs, the window is open, and looking out, he can see a ladder that is propped up against the roof on this side of the house. So he climbs out, only to hear somebody then run down the hall, up the stairs to the attic. The door is locked, and he does a terrible job from outside of trying to retell all of the events that led him up to this moment, and he begs for the cops not to be called. But when he gets no response, he breaks the door down. With no one inside, he makes his way over to the balcony and then climbs over onto the second-story roof, first hearing and then seeing someone making their way onto the roof of the attic, as he then reaches out, grabs on, and yells for them to wait.
Wait!
She fell to the hard ground far below, as Hector 2 slowly and carefully steps over to the edge of the roof and looks down to see the carnage, immediately screaming out his wife's name in shock. He messed up bad, and it's seeing the car back in the driveway that solidifies everything for him just as the thunder rumbles in the sky. Remembering in this moment that he still has the walkie in his pocket, as he turns it on and hears the first conversation that Hector 1 and Nacho had. And it's during the brief moment that Hector 1 put the walkie down on the table in the lab that Hector 2 takes the advantage to talk to Nacho and explain to him that he will be there shortly, but he needs to make up a lie about the bandaged man coming after Hector 1 to get him into the silo. Hector 2 has a plan, but right now the only plan is to get Hector 1 into the tank as he takes the car, rams through the gate at the facility, drives up the path to the silo, gets out, walks over to the window, pops up to scare Hector 1, and then sits outside the door to wait for Nacho. They did it. Hector 1 has successfully been sent back to the past, and now everything is right again with the timeline. And Nacho, being the scientist that he is, begins walking back towards the lab, requesting for Hector to follow because he is the first vertebrate to ever be sent back in time, and they at least need to run some tests on him now. It's also here that Nacho makes a remark about the lie that he made up about the surveillance cameras, even though he does think that that probably would be a good idea. But everything he says doesn't matter because Hector isn't following him. Instead, he went back into the silo.
I have to get back in.
What? Something went wrong.
Nacho tells him no, causing Hector to go inside to grab a crowbar and threaten to destroy everything inside. But Nacho tells him to just go ahead, and Hector does. He goes inside, we hear him banging around on stuff. But before Nacho goes running back in, he pulls something from his pocket and throws it off into the grass, then running to see what in the world Hector is doing. And Hector 1's just knocking a bunch of stuff over and demanding that he has to go back in time, but Nacho tells him that he can't. It's impossible. The first trip that Hector 1 just took used up all of the power, and there's no way that they could do it right now. But Hector isn't dumb, because behind Nacho, something is missing. Something Hector remembers seeing there before. And after a good smack with the crowbar, Nacho relents and explains that it was one of the batteries to the machine and that it won't work without it. Hector's just gonna have to continue smacking Nacho around until he finds the battery outside. First, he wants Nacho to see his face and to see everything he has been through in the last hour and a half. Then grabbing a flashlight and throwing it at Nacho, leading him outside. It's here where they talk about the extra complications that could happen if he were to go back in time again. The first problem is that the machine has just been off and he can't go back before the first one if the machine isn't even on. Second is that it's going to make it even more complicated, again trying to make sure that Hector 1 gets into the tank so Hector 2 can even exist. Third is the question of what would be done after Hector 1 goes into the tank and then Hector 2 is there with him, who would now be Hector 3, and Hector explains that all he would have to do is take out that Hector 2. And that's after fixing his mistake, which is its own problem to begin with. But the problem right now is, why did Nacho throw away the battery before Hector ever said anything about going back again? Because Nacho had already pulled the battery out before he came out to even see the bandaged man.
What was that?
Nacho throw away the battery before Hector ever said anything about going back again. Because Nacho had already pulled the battery out before he came out to even see the bandaged man for himself. Hector realizes that Nacho knew what was going to happen all along and demanding answers, asking him why the lies, why the tricks, and with another smack of the crowbar, Nacho says,
Because Hector 3 told me.
Hector 3.
He was not the first to come out of the tank. He was the second, appearing only 30 to 40 seconds after the first one came through, which was Hector 3. Hector 3 appeared, threatened Nacho, and then left without saying what he was doing, only calling him later on the walkie-talkie to apologize to Nacho. saying something had gone wrong and now everyone would know what they had done. So if he wants to keep his job and not get into trouble, he has to keep Hector 2 out of the tank by any cost.
You mean to tell me the second trip I'm about to take was made already?
This is a very important line and you need to remember it, but Hector just says that it doesn't make any sense. Then he asks about Hector 3, specifically about him calling back with his walkie, the same walkie that he currently has in his pocket. So he then throws it on the ground so he could smash it with the crowbar, but when Nacho shines the flashlight onto it, they find the battery. Defeated, Nacho just tells him to think it over. Just as the rain starts and they hear sirens making their way to Hector's home, meaning he has no choice and must get into the tank and become Hector 3. Now, the movie isn't over, but Hector 2 just made the statement that the second trip already being taken doesn't make any sense, but it does. It all makes perfect sense. Because their problem this whole time is believing that they can alter events of the past by simply going back into the past, but this isn't that kind of time travel. It's not like in Back to the Future where you can go back, alter some events, and then get a whole new timeline out of it. This is the timeline and always has been. The events that have played out for Hector 1 are the exact same for Hector 2. I think another example that might explain this type of time travel a little better is from Looper. Because we have the whole thing with the character of Seth, who is played by Paul Dano at the very beginning of the film, who lets his old version of himself go instead of closing his own loop.
This is called closing your loop.
Then, of course, the bosses don't like that, so they capture the younger version of Seth. They torture him and even carve into his arm an address that shows up as scars on the old Seth, along with slowly removing body parts until the old Seth makes it to where he's supposed to be. But all of that happens because something is happening currently to the younger Seth. It then appears as old wounds on the older Seth. But with this kind of time travel, when the older Seth shows up, he would have already had the address as scars on his arm, as well as missing the limbs that they do eventually cut off of the younger Seth, because all of those things were going to happen in the future. He's from the future, and it's one singular timeline, so those things would have already happened to him in the past, but not yet for the other Seth.
It's not a good thing.
What do I do?
But in both of these films, they're making changes to the past that then affect the future. And in this movie, all of the things that are going to happen with going back to the past have already happened because it's all happening at the same time. Which is why now we're not just going to see what happened to Hector 3, but also experience the full timeline of the events that have already happened. Because even though Hector 2 has plans for how he wishes to change events, Hector 3 has already been a character in all of this since the moment Hector 1 pulled into his driveway. This makes for the first time that Nacho has all of this. How he wishes to change events happened. Because even though Hector 2 has plans for how he wishes to change events, Hector 3 has already been a character in all of this since the moment Hector 1 pulled into his driveway.
Doesn't there have to be a Hector 0 if there's a Hector 1? Like, Hector 1 wouldn't be the original? Or am I just misinterpreting that? This movie's fucking confusing.
This makes for the first time that Nacho has ever seen Hector, and being too stunned to speak, Hector just tells him that the machine works, he's from the future, and that they need to prepare the machine again because there is another version of himself that will be there in just a few more seconds. Rightfully confused, Nacho tries to ask some questions and is slapped for it, with Hector telling him that he knows he isn't supposed to be there that day, and if he wants to keep that a secret, then he will do what Hector says. Closing the lid, Hector 3 then hides behind some equipment, just as Hector 2 arrives in the lab. And yes, even on your first watch, if you watch closely, you can still see Hector 3's hand right here when Hector 2 first emerges from the tank. The attention to detail with how they shot this entire film was Very impressive. Hector 2 steps outside, while Hector 3 gives directions to Nacho, as he needs to distract Hector 2 for a moment, who will also explain way more in detail about what has happened up to this point here shortly to Nacho, but this will also allow Hector 3 to be able to get in the golf cart and make his way away from here. And this is the real reason that Nacho was looking around after finding Hector 1 with the binoculars, seeing Hector 1 sitting next to Hector 2 and helping Hector 3 to get away. If it wasn't for Nacho knowing that he can't call anyone for help because he isn't supposed to be there doing anything that he's doing, I wonder how much more freaked out that he would be. But considering all of the insanity that is going on, he does pretty well to handle it on his own, doing his best to explain to Hector 2 what has and is happening, while Hector 1 tries to take his nap, and Hector 3 realizes that he can't leave the facility without a remote to the gate. Returning back to the main center, Hector 3 runs into Nacho, who just had to deal with Hector 2 making a phone call to Hector 1. Hector 3 asks for a car, but not the one that he knows Hector 2 is going to take, so instead Nacho shows him this red van just in time for Hector 2 to leave, and him to follow right out behind him just before the gate closes. Here is when Hector 2 passes Barbara on the bike and stops in the road. And that's right, Hector 3 was the one driving the red van that knocked Hector 2 off of the road, but that's not all. It was because of Hector 3 that the dumpster was knocked over and that this trash was everywhere, which allowed Hector 2 to find the trench coat, and it is also what catches the attention of Hector 1 to find the trail. Of course, it also led to Hector 2 getting the cut and needing to wrap his head up in the bandage. But this mistake also had Hector 3 completely out of it until after the events of luring Hector 1 into the woods are done. And it's actually this moment that Hector 3 unclips his seatbelt and falls out of the van. And wouldn't you know it, Hector 2 and Nacho were wrong, because he never needed the walkie that was left behind, because there is an entire bucket of them in this van, allowing him to call Nacho and apologize, finally realizing that the events that he experienced as Hector 2 are set in stone, as he, Hector 3, had already tried and failed to change anything.
Looks like you bet on the wrong horse. I'm a failure.
It's at this moment that he sees Barbara walking through the woods, and it prompts him to ask why Nacho had to turn the machine on at all. And he doesn't know. He just wanted to try the machine out before the big day comes when they do fully test it. Hector 3 warns him that if he wants to keep his job and his life as he knows it, he cannot, by any cost, let the one with the bandages into the tank. And then he throws the walkie over his shoulder.
At least that way somebody will be there to smack you.
Looking behind her with each step, Barbara screams the moment she sees Hector 3 standing next to the wrecked van. A scream that is heard through the forest by Hector 2. But Hector 3 assures her that the bandage man who they are both running from won't find them there. He then sits and falls asleep. It's only for a moment, though, as Barbara has found a house nearby, which will give them a place to hide and maybe even get some help. So she then helps him into the front door of his own home, right at the same time that Hector 2 is kicking down the fence to enter from the other side of the house. Barbara leaves Hector 3 in a side room downstairs as she goes upstairs to see if there's anything up there that might be able to help them, and it's just as she leaves.
Hector!
Clara is seriously concerned for him because of his face, and she's also terrified because she just saw a man break the fence down, start making his way up towards the house, as well as hearing somebody upstairs, which prompted her to call the police. More and more pieces are falling into place for Hector 3 so he can fully understand what all has happened. And it's just as Hector 2 enters the house and calls out that he leads Clara outside and grabs the ladder from the storage closet and then locks her inside. It's as Hector 3 is climbing up the ladder and through the window that Hector 1 is throwing a rock through the window at the facility. But it's Hector 2 that hears the window shut. As Hector 3 jumps into the room, the same room that the table wouldn't fit into that caused Clara to have to leave in the first place. Hector 3 doesn't only see the table blocking the doorway, but also Barbara across the hall in the next room as she signals to him that there's the bandaged man making his way up the stairs. This distraction allows Hector 3 enough time to run across the hall to the room that Barbara is in and explain to her what she needs to do next. The man downstairs is crazy. He saw her from far away and went nuts. Now she needs to hide from him and she needs to fool him. The place to hide is upstairs in the attic, and the way to fool him is a red coat and a haircut with the same pair of scissors that she used earlier that day to cut her neighbor's hair. At the same time, Hector 2 has made it up the stairs and has noticed the open window and seen the ladder and has now climbed out through that window. Hector 3 looks at Barbara and calls her beautiful just before telling her to run for the attic. Hector 2 stops, climbs back in, and chases after her, trying his hardest to explain what happened earlier in the woods.
Sorry I was far away. For God's sake, don't call anybody.
Hector 1 has just found his way into the lab where the walkie-talkie is. Hector 2 has forced the attic door open, and Hector 3 has made it back to the storage closet to be with Clara, who he calmly leads to one of the chairs in the backyard and grabs his own to sit next to her. Just as Hector 2 grabs the foot of the woman wearing his wife's coat as she falls to her death.
Relax, please.
Doing his best to keep her calm, he continues holding her hand, both looking off into the forest just as it thunders. He gently tells her that it's all right, because they still have a while before it rains, as he then takes the scissors out of his pocket and throws them away. This is it for Hector 3. No longer trying to go back and change anything, only remaining right where he should have been all along. Hector 2 will still leave this house to ensure that Hector 1 gets sent back to the past, and then will still be left believing that he can change the events of the day. So he too will climb into the tank and go right back to the start. Each of them all existed at the exact same time, and each of them all made their own decisions within that time. Hector 1 only reacts to what is happening around him, unsure of who this woman is behind his home, why this dumpster has been knocked over, who is after him, and what is this lab through the woods. He is clueless to the bigger picture of what has happened, what is happening, and what will happen. All he knows is that he saw a woman in the woods and out of curiosity went to go and see what was going on. Hector 2 doesn't fully become Hector 2 until after the wreck. Yes, he has the moment where he calls himself, but even then he is still referring to Hector 1 as the thing in his home. It's after passing Barbara on her bike that his thoughts begin reeling, but it is this moment that it finally clicks for him why she was in the woods.
That way it won't fall off.
The problem is that the choices he makes in forcing Barbara into the woods is because that's what he remembers happening. But because all of this is happening at the same time, anything that he remembers is just what he is currently doing now. He believes that he needs to recreate the events that he experienced as Hector 1, but once again, that's not this kind of time travel. If Nacho and Hector would have had a better understanding of what is happening, Hector 2 would have known that he could have chosen anything or any way to get himself into the tank. But because he as Hector 1 already experienced what happened, then that is exactly what has and will happen. This is the bootstrap paradox at play, because Hector 2 has gone back in time with the intention of making Hector 1 go back in time, but Hector 2 only exists because Hector 1 went back in time due to what Hector 2 did, which means that it is self-causing. And it is
A causal
also
loop.
selfish, as Hector 2's reasoning for getting Hector 1 into the tank is only to keep himself alive.
Stop Hector 1 from getting in the container, it'll be the end of your life as you know it.
Only this is also where the grandfather paradox comes in, because Hector 2 cannot make the decision to not have Hector 1 get into the tank, because that would mean that he never existed, and simply by existing means that he accomplished his goal
Hold on a
of
second.
getting Hector 1 into
Son of a bitch.
to keep himself alive.
Stop Hector 1 from getting in the container, it'll be the end of your life as you know it.
Only this is also where the grandfather paradox comes in, because Hector 2 cannot make the decision to not have Hector 1 get into the tank, because that would mean that he never existed, and simply by existing means that he accomplished his goal of getting Hector 1 into the tank in the first place. Do you understand what I'm getting at? Because there are not a lot of time travel films that hold up under this level of analysis, because a bunch of them will get all messed up when it comes to these paradoxes. But here, everything makes sense so far. We've looked at Hector 1 in the white sweater, and Hector 2 wrapped in a pink bandage. So all that is left is Hector 3, who is now stained in the deepest red. The ignorance of Hector 2 falls away the moment he falls out of the van. The bucket of walkies next to him is what confirms what didn't make sense earlier, that this trip had already happened.
You told me yourself it failed.
I'm a failure.
And the events of the day are already set, and have been since before Hector 1 made it into the tank. This time around, Hector 3 has learned from both of his experiences and is still reacting to the new things taking place, but also seeing each moment for what it is and understanding his role in the outcome from the moment he sees the red van
What are you gonna do?
Go after him.
to when he hides Claire away, climbs the ladder, and places the red coat onto Barbara. He knows what really happened and how he had a hand in the outcome, and he also knows that he will be the last one, as Hector 2 will not fail to get back into the tank.
What I say won't stop you no matter what. Happy?
And I'm sure after everything that happened, how much he suffered, how much he made others suffer, that here is where he wished he would have stayed, next to his wife, instead of letting curiosity catch his eye and chasing after it the moment she left, only for everyone involved to get hurt more and more as he tries again and again to cover his tracks and correct his mistakes. Hector should have left the box closed,
There's something up there. In a bush.
because everyone knows curiosity killed the cat.
Hector,
It's okay.
He should have said killed Schrodinger's cat.
We still have a while before it starts raining.
No, that was a lot, and I hope it makes sense, because for me, right now, being Polter 1, I don't know how well Polter 2 or Polter 3 explained everything like you do, or how I, as Polter 2, know exactly what Polter 1 said because I remember it, but I do not know what Polter 3 is going to say, or what he has already said that you've already heard, or in how I do know exactly what Polter 1 and Polter 2 said because I remember it, and I can now see the full picture with how everything came together, and see that this did make a lot more sense by the end of it, because the events that I'm experiencing right now are different from the events that you're experiencing, because for you, all of this within the video is happening at the same time, which is great, even though my voice is clearly messed up and I had to re-record so many of these lines. This is what happens if I'm not able to get a drink for the majority of the video. And if you made it to this point in the video and just realized how time is working for me as Polter1, I thank you so much for watching all the way up until this point, because I know that I am taking a risk by covering this movie when apparently nobody has even heard of it except for a couple of us.
My favorite thing about this film is that people keep talking about it after they have seen it.
And of course, as always, I have to thank the channel members, and the channel members did directly help me to be able to make this video by getting the trench coat, getting all of the wraps, getting the fake blood and everything else, as well as finding the special edition of the movie that I have that has the alternate cut with the chronological version of this film. And if you can get your hands on it after watching it straight through the first time, it is amazing to go back and see everything as one consistent event of how it all worked out during that day. And let me know if you would like to see more videos like this. I have a whole list of movies that are never talked about, and they're also a little bit confusing, but I love them so much, and I would want to talk about them and share them with you. But with all of that, remember, if you see something strange off in the woods, don't keep it a secret and do not give in to your curiosity. Instead, just take my hand, have an extra blessed day, and I'll see you in the next one.
Oh, Lord. Okay. 1 hour of crazy history facts to sleep to. Oh, that's great. Hell no. Ah, hell no. I was gonna watch that Oklahoma City bombing video. Looks good. Looks entertaining. Fucking lol. That shit's hilarious. I think there was some more new videos that came out today. I wish I was a fan of the Walden Files. Part 5 came out, it's an hour and 20 minutes, but I just can't seem to give a shit. Oh, wait, what's that? Quasimorph got its 1.0. Quasimorph got its 1.0 release, which is nice. I've owned it for over a year. Now it's got achievements. I love that game. Blade's still alive? Nice. I mean, I'm sure he's not awake. He's probably just on the bed. Oh, oh, oh. There is more. There's more. Oh, that's it. Gamers. That channel is such a strange channel. The entire Doom story. Okay, who cares? Fucking worthless. Every crazy Thor theory that might be true. I'm good. Safe mode number 9's out. Yesterday I saw that. Man, I didn't watch it, but I saw it. Dappa-dee-dee. Alright. Might as well start up Quasimorph and see if I have any of the achievements already unlocked. Probably don't. Oh. Lost my controller. Television control, I mean. Where'd it go? The hell's my audio? Oh, Lord. Where the hell? What the hell, man? Where did my remote control go? I need my audio. I had it. Did it fucking fall on the ground? Where could have that gone? Am I sitting on it? Where did my remote control go? My... No, I'm not sitting on it. The hell is that thing? It's annoying. Where the fuck did my remote control go? It's just missing. Got up and left. Okay, whatever. I mean, I can't actually say that about the remote control. I have to find it, but I'm annoyed. It's got to be here, and I just don't spot it. What the fuck? Just lost my mind trying to find my remote control. Yeah, it's not sitting here. Okay. Where the hell is the remote control? Am I sitting on it and it's just behind one of these things? Like, where the hell did it go? Nope. I'll lose my mind. Hey. No, I don't put my remote control in my pockets. My remote control for my TV just disappeared. Did I drop it on the ground? It's just... There's nothing in front of me. I don't see it anywhere. Did it fall in my garbage can? No. That's extremely annoying. Ugh. What the hell is it? Okay, this is getting absurd. Where is it actually? Fucking annoying as shit. Only thing that can... There it is! Okay. It was buried somewhere. Oh. That's on me. Alrighty, should I start that video now? I already finished one, but... Hello, alright, I'm gonna start up that next Poltergeist video. I'll adjust the audio, but all right. Let's see.
How far are you willing to go to protect and save the ones you love? Is there a limit? Is there anything that you wouldn't do? Is there such thing as going too far? So many questions, so many lies, and so many more twists wait for us in The Village. But before we go to see just how good this twist really is, if you've been here before and you're not subscribed, what are you doing? The button's right down there and it's free, and it lets me know that you want to continue to see videos like this. And also, I have a second channel, just go subscribe to it. There's videos that I put up there sometimes. Thank you, and with that, we can get right into one of the saddest ways to open a movie, with August Nicholson burying his son, Daniel, who we can see was only 6 or 7 when he passed, according to his tombstone, and that the year is 1897 here in the village. And knowing the point of the film makes this whole opening scene that much more impactful, because the original elders that settled here in the village left the towns in order to protect themselves and their families, and yet we open with the tragedy of a father burying his son.
Did we make the right decision to settle here?
A question that will stand throughout the entire film and will ultimately be left up to each person to answer, because it...
Oh, and this video is only 39 minutes, not 49 minutes, by the way. It's 10 minutes shorter.
It's clear that this is already a difficult question, but I love the way that Mr. Edward Walker sums up the heavy feelings that everyone has in this moment by saying we are grateful for the time that we have been given. As he then sits and everyone begins eating, just as something off in the distance lets out a haunting howl, and they all stop, including a young Jesse Eisenberg at the end of the table, here in his third film, long before he ever became a wizard. But as he and everyone else is quietly staring off into the forbidden woods, there is an exception with Noah Percy, who at first stands clapping and laughing because of the sound, taking a minute for it to sink in that it's not a good thing. Noah here has an unspecified learning disability and is played perfectly by Adrian Brody. And I can't imagine anyone else being able to play this character the way that he does and the way that the film needs. But it's after the meal that we then see everybody going about their normal day, until there's 2 girls sweeping off their front porch, and they notice a red flower growing beside it. They quickly stop, run over, pluck it, and bury it in the yard before going back to their work like nothing happened. And that's because red is known as the bad color. Nobody wears it, nobody's supposed to be near it, and it's also said to attract those we don't speak of, which were the ones that made those noises off in the Forbidden Woods during the meal. They are also the reason that there are watchtowers around the perimeter of the village, but
Those we don't speak of have not breached our borders for many years.
no one is allowed to enter into the Forbidden Woods because that is those we don't speak of's domain, and they are not to enter into the village. This is the main rule that everyone is taught from the time that they're really young, and it's a way to keep everyone safe, but there are some that seem to think that there should be times when they set this rule aside. Lucius here believes that there may be some medications that could really benefit the community, and since little Daniel passed away, it's been on his mind that there might have been something more that could have been done, as well as maybe some medications that could even help Noah Percy. The elders, however, don't give Lucius an answer right now. Instead, it's not yet, let us speak about it so we can decide what would be best for the community. But for now, they also have another problem. There's dead animals that have been skinned that are now popping up around the village. They think maybe it's a coyote or a wolf that is suffering from madness. No one is sure, but
We do not believe our boundary has been breached.
everyone is worried about this new problem. Some more than others because Kitty Walker is too busy being in love. Even though she hasn't actually spoken to the guy that she's in love with, after clearing everything with her father, she then goes to confess her love to Lucius. Lucius doesn't feel the same way, but at least Kitty has her younger sister Ivy to help her get over this heartbreak, and Ivy may be blind, but she does get around this town really well, even being the one who is supposed to put Noah into the quiet room when he gets caught fighting again, but instead they decide to make a deal.
No hitting. No hitting.
After a quick race out to Resting Rock, they find Lucius, who's just chilling eating some bread, where not only does Ivy tell him about Kitty crying so much, but she full-on calls him out about liking her instead. And before he even has time to respond, Noah returns from running off for a moment to put some berries into Ivy's hand. They are red berries, the bad color, but not any kind of berries that grow within the village, leading Lucius to once again speaking before the elders to get permission to go to the towns to get medicine, because he believes that Noah has been going into the Forbidden Woods for a while now, but has been unbothered by those we don't speak of because of his innocence. Again, though, we don't hear their answer to his request, but it is clear from the conversation that he has with his mother Alice that evening that no one is in favor of him leaving. And then she explains what happened to his father, that one morning he got up and then never made it back home. Instead, they found his body days later in the river, having been robbed and killed.
Why'd you tell me this blackness?
She just wants him to understand how dangerous it is, not just in the woods, but also in the towns. She's so scared that the worst could possibly happen to him, and that's the reason that none of them can allow him to leave. 3 things happen after this. First, Lucius calls out all of the secrets that are hidden throughout the village. So many people have these locked boxes with their past inside, never to be opened, but never to be forgotten. Second, he tells his mother that Edward Walker has feelings for her, using the same logic that Ivy did on him earlier, because when they were kids, he used to hold her arm and help her to get places, but when they got a little bit older, he stopped touching her altogether, and Edward Walker never touches Alice either. And he even tries to quote Ivy and completely messes it up, making it even more confusing.
Yet others know we want to do things, so we don't do them.
His look after this always cracks me up, because he even realizes that that didn't sound right. And lastly, he still makes it clear to her that he wants to travel to the towns to hopefully help those around him, which is why the very next day He decides to walk into the forbidden woods and pick some of the same berries that Noah had. And while he wasn't seen by anyone within the village, he was seen by something in the woods. Then that evening, he finds Ivy playing hide and seek with Noah, or at least trying, because Noah is nowhere around. He walks her home and they talk about his wanting to go to the town. She also tells him that Kitty is engaged and has already fallen in love with another guy named Christoph, which does mean that Ivy is now available for anyone that would be interested. But it's after she goes inside that we see through the window that Noah is actually hiding in a closet. Of course, Ivy doesn't see him, and when she goes to shut the closet, his giggling gets me every time. But all of this good news and fun times is cut short by something going on at the watchtower. Lucius crossed into their territory, and now they have done the same. The bells are rung, the people are warned, and everyone runs for the cellars in their homes. Except for Lucius, who is running around helping everyone that he can get to safety, and he makes it just in time to hide behind the edge of a house when we finally get to see one of those we don't speak of pass by right where he was. And I gotta say, this is such a cool design, and I'm glad that they went with this one because it stuck with me ever since watching this. But originally they were going to go with more of a wolf standing on its hind legs, which is what we see a drawing of on Resting Rock earlier in the film. That would have been cool and all, but this here, I 100%, like, if I could have one of these somewhere in here, that would be awesome. But as one of these creatures is lurking around the village and everyone has made it to their cellars, Ivy still has not, because she knows that Lucius is still running around outside, and she is sure that he will be there soon to make sure that she is safe. Even with Kitty and Noah begging her to come over to the cellar and to get to safety, and one of the creatures now making its way around the house, she still stands there and stretches her hand out. Everything about this scene is great. The music fits it perfectly, but it's not just that Lucius saved her, it's that he took her hand again. The exact thing that Ivy called him out for earlier, and the reason that she knew that he had feelings for her. He had wanted to be there for her and be there with her for so long, and now he's finally there, hand in hand, not just saving her, but admitting his true feelings for her in this moment. The next morning, a town meeting is held to decipher why the boundary was crossed and why they seem to have left markings on so many doors as some sort of warning. Through a letter, Lucius admits to his actions of first crossing over into their woods, and instead of the town rising up and grabbing him and casting him out or anything like that, Mr. Walker gets up, slowly makes his way to Lucius at the back of the room and says,
"You are fearless in a way that I shall never know."
A bit of time passes and we pick back up on the wedding day between Kitty and Christoph. Everyone is gathered again for another big meal, and the mood is much better this time. But once again, Mr. Edward Walker stands and says we are grateful for the time we have been given. But we also see an offering of sorts that is being presented to those we don't speak of by the people of the village by throwing half of a pig onto a big rock. We're not sure how often this practice is done, but what we do know is those we don't speak of will be eating pretty good. It's after this and after the meal that we find Ivy sitting with Miss Clack, and she tells her about her older sister that she also had that didn't make it past her 23rd birthday.
A group of men took her life in an alley by our home.
This, along with Ivy's question as to why she didn't come to Covington Woods, the village, I found really interesting on a rewatch, because it's not a secret that the village hasn't always been there. Everyone knows that the elders used to live in the towns and then decided to move and settle there in the village afterwards realizing that they are not alone in those woods, making a deal with those we don't speak of, and then trying their hardest to forget about the lives that they left behind. The only real secret here is just how dangerous the towns were. And it's this revelation for Ivy that leads to this moment. Likely, this is the first time in her life that she has really thought that something could happen to her sister. All of this time that they've spent together having fun, laughing, crying, and loving one another could end so much sooner than what she would hope for, which is why those words that Edward Walker speaks before every meal carry so much weight. We are grateful for the time that we have been given. And speaking of Edward Walker, Alice decides to test the theory that Lucius had about him never touching her because he likes her. And he completely leaves her hanging. It could be because he does have feelings for her, or it could be because he's married to his wife Tabitha and they have 5 kids. Either way, the wedding party continues. They dance, they laugh, some kid screams in the distance. Their cries continue until everyone at the wedding stops and scrambles to figure out exactly what is happening. In the confusion, Ivy tries her hardest to make it through the crowd when again, her hand is taken by Lucius, who leads her through. These moments are so small and yet so good. The screams were coming from 2 boys who saw and were seen by one of those we don't speak of in the village. They claim that it was leaving more warnings and wants them gone, and oh boy, have they been busy. Many more skinned animals lay all over the ground, and even some hang from the porch of the Hunt's house, which is Lucius and his mother Alice's home. So much of their livestock has been taken and killed, and it's all to serve as a final warning to not cross the boundary. I'm sure all of this made for a restless night for many others, but it is Ivy who we see being startled awake and then making her way outside to sit next to Lucius on her porch. Now I know what you're thinking. How in the world did she know that he was sitting out there on her porch? Because she's blind after all. And I assume that it's been a while since you've seen this movie, especially since it's not streaming anywhere, but Ivy does answer this exact question earlier in the film when they make it out to Resting Rock and find Lucius sitting there eating bread. She claims that certain people do put off a bit of color and that's all she ever sees, and Lucius is one of these people, even though she will not tell him what his color is. I say all of that so you don't have any more questions about one of my favorite scenes in this movie.
Why are you on this porch?
It is not safe.
There are other porches, other places that he could be, but he's here. And she asked him, how is it that he is so brave when everyone else is so afraid? Even when he was a boy, he was still braver than the rest of them and proved it with the stump game, where they stand on a stump at the very edge of the boundary with their back facing the forbidden woods for as long as they can, and Lucius holds the record. And he claims that his bravery comes from him not worrying about what will happen, only focusing on what needs to be done.
When we are married, will you dance with me?
He doesn't give an answer to this, only looking down at the ground, causing Ivy to question why is it that he can't just say the things that are in his head, to which he just asks her why she cannot stop saying what is in hers. And finally, he just opens his mouth and lets his feelings pour out. Why does she have to lead when he wants to lead? If he wants to dance, he will ask her to dance. And if he wants to speak, he will open his mouth and say whatever needs to be said. Everyone all the time is plaguing him to speak more, to speak further. But why? What good does it do for him to tell her that from the moment he wakes up, she is in his every thought? Sometimes not even being able to think clearly or focus on his work because she is on his mind. Who does it gain for him to tell her that?
The only time I feel fear, as others do, is when I think of you in harm.
That is why he is on her porch instead of anywhere else, because he fears for her safety above all others.
And yes, I will dance with you on our wedding night.
This is the point of the whole film. This scene is the most important scene to make sense of what has happened and what will happen. Everything about it is perfect, and it raises the question of how far are you willing to go to protect the ones you love? And word of this love between Ivy and Lucius spreads throughout the village very quickly. With Ivy getting Kitty's blessing and a wedding in the plans, Noah is struggling very much with this news. He loves Ivy and always has, so he goes to visit Lucius to try to speak with him, but just can't seem to be able to get the words together to tell him how he feels about this. And luckily, Lucius understands, so he also does his best to get him to understand that there are different kinds of love. No, Noah, what have you done? This hurts so much more because of the last scene, and even Noah is hurting in this moment, and he doesn't know what to do. He first sets the knife down and then goes to leave, and then thinks about it for a moment, turns back, grabs the knife, goes to leave again, but then looks back down to Lucius, kneels down beside him, and stabs him again. And this is one of my other favorite scenes in this film for very different reasons, but it's a scene that causes a full shift in the story and again has us to ask the question of how far are you willing to go to protect the ones you love? The aftermath of what Noah has done is heart-wrenching, and seeing him realize what he's done when he still has the bad color on his hands is hard to watch. Along with everybody else trying to figure out what happened, the elders are told, everyone in town is scrambling to figure out whose blood is Noah covered in. Ivy making her way straight to Lucius's house, her standing in his doorway screaming for him to answer her, and not even making a noise when she stumbles over his body. Falling to the ground and grabbing onto him, others realize what has happened, and as her father enters into the room, she tells him that she can no longer see his color. He tries to pull her away, but how can she leave him? Not when they were supposed to dance on their wedding night. I was also crying when I was writing this script. What's going on? This whole thing's just so painful to watch. Ivy is now the one covered in the bad color, but nobody says anything to her about it. Everyone is still just in shock from what happened. They've taken Lucius and laid him in a bed and wrapped his wounds and can now only hope that he'll make it through. And they've also taken Noah and put him in the quiet room where Ivy is led. And without a word, she walks up to him, still covered in Lucius's blood, finds his face, and just begins to beat him until she is pulled away, leaving Noah locked in a room with the knowledge that the woman he loves now hates him. Ivy is now the one to ask her father for permission to travel to the towns to get medicine to help her love. Because as the doctor, Victor, tells Edward and Tabitha, he has an infection and there's not much more that they can do.
If there were no limitations, what could be done?
Victor and Tabitha understand but don't believe what he is getting at, because the truth is, if they did have the right medicines, Lucius might just make it. Tabitha knows what Edward is thinking, but he cannot go back to the towns. Not him. He is one of the elders, and they have taken an oath to never return. The elders, him, has taken the oath.
Are you listening to me? You have taken the oath.
But not Ivy, because as difficult as it may be for them to allow it, they understand just how much she is hurting, but more importantly, they know that something can be done. So Edward takes Ivy for a walk where he tells her about his father, the wealthiest man in all the towns, who was shot dead in his sleep. And he tries to explain this so maybe she will understand the reason that...
They just had a thought, but it kind of recontextualizes the film. always one of the most bizarre, dumbest things is why would you let the blind girl go into the forest? Like, that's insane. But obviously the adults have the knowledge that the monsters aren't real, which to me says they're so close to the road, that they're comfortable enough sending a blind girl to wander around the forest for all intents and purposes. That's how safe they actually were. That to me makes more sense than them being like, yeah, we're just gonna let a blind girl. No, it's like, who cares? She's just gonna go wander around, and we'll go find her on the acreage eventually. I mean, they didn't, it's not like they didn't stop following her. They put their monster capes. I don't know. That makes more sense to me.
Made the decisions that they have, taking her without the permission of any of the other elders to the shed that should not be used. He tells her,
Do your very best not to scream.
What?
Afterwards, we see her packing a bag, saying goodbye to Lucius, and setting off for the towns, leaving her father to be the one to tell the others. While she waits at Resting Rock, both Fenton, who was one of Lucius's friends, and her brother-in-law Kristoff arrive to accompany her to the towns. But once they reach the edge of the Forbidden Woods, Kristoff gets too scared and leaves them. And not long into the woods, Fenton becomes too scared and does the same, telling Ivy that those we don't speak of will allow her to pass because she can't see them and her intentions are pure, but him they will definitely kill, which means that Ivy must now make this journey by herself. But first, we see what happened in the shed.
What if they weren't cowards? What if they were told by the elders, you have to turn back after a certain point and let her go by herself? Because otherwise they would have, if they saw the road, maybe the elders would actually have to kill them to preserve the secret. I don't know. To me, it makes a lot more sense. They sent two people with her, and they just said, turn around after a little while and say you're scared, that they're going to get you. And like they're like, but we're not scared. And they're like, it doesn't matter. They'll get you if you don't turn around. And then they told them this mystical thing. She's blind. She's pure. You guys can see them. You're going to get killed. She'll be okay. That's what happened. They weren't scared. What does it say? I think they wanted to look like they were trying to say, but didn't really want to make it, or it would ruin everything and their village would be undone. Well, like I said, it would be insane if you to send a blind girl into a forest, because that would just be so unsafe. Which is why I said, to me, it makes more sense logically that they just knew how safe the forest actually was. We'll say they bought 700, 1,000 acres, and they know that just any direction there's going to eventually be a wall with a road. And then she wouldn't know what she saw when she gets there. Of course, obviously, logically, someone would tell her, and they'd be like, why the fuck are you dressed like you're from the 1800s? I don't know. Things make a lot more sense about it when you think about it, though, like that. Like the two younger guys following her. I don't think they got scared. I think they were told by the elders, turn around. You can't see this. Let me rewind this, because let me rewind this because I was rambling a lot. But it just occurred to me that, yeah, I don't think those guys got scared. I think they were told to turn around by the elders.
Woods, Fenton becomes too scared and does the same, telling Ivy that those we don't speak of will allow her to pass because she can't see them and her intentions are pure, but him they will definitely kill, which means that Ivy must now make this journey by herself. But first, we see what happened in the shed.
Those we don't speak of.
3 suits of those we don't speak of hang within the shed, all of them fake and to be worn from time to time by the elders. All of it is just a mimicry of old rumors that surrounded the woods, but everything is fake. The suits, the noises in the woods, which we can see how they were made in a deleted scene, the ceremony where they throw meat onto the rock, and even the drills.
We did not want anyone to go to the towns, Ivy.
But the skinned animals that have been appearing around the village is still a mystery. Edward thinks that it might be one of the elders, but he isn't sure. But what he is sure about is the reason behind their lies. It was only to protect them. All of the elders know what it is like to lose someone close to them, to experience the most awful of feelings, and to even question living.
It is a darkness I wished you would never know.
They lied, but they did it as a way to hopefully protect everyone from all of the pain that is out there in the world. This pain that is now shared between himself and Ivy.
I wish my chat would stay up. Well, it doesn't matter. I have this on the chat. Yeah, exactly. The guys would get there's no way they could have completed the journey with her. They had to have been told to turn around. Or there's a handful of younger guys who are been let in on the secret. Maybe that's also true. Because technically, the thing that's the lie is the thing that's the lie is the what year it is. That's the only lie. They told them the truth. We did move away from the towns and built our own settlement. That's objectively true. It's just you're 100 years off.
That he sends her on her way with a list of medicines and instructions on how to get to the towns, because there is still a chance that she might not have to live with these feelings. It is all Edward can do, but it might just be enough. So he tells Alice this, for it is all that he can give her and nothing more. Heartbroken as she may be and as he may be, he is medicines and instructions on how to get to the towns.
There you go.
Everyone from all of the pain that is out there in the world. This pain that is now shared between himself and Ivy is the reason that he sends her on her way with a list of medicines and instructions on how to get to the towns, because there is still a chance that she might not have to live with these feelings. It is all Edward can do, but it might just be enough. So he tells Alice this, for it is all that he can give her and nothing more. Heartbroken as she may be and as he may be, he has still done what he can to hopefully save her son's life. And this is the same reason that he tells the elders of why he sent Ivy away, all of it to save Lucius. There is a chance, there is still hope, and he cannot look and see the pain that is in Augustus' eyes and expect someone else to also have to carry that pain, not when there is still a chance.
It is too painful. I cannot bear it.
The others still think that this whole thing is a mistake, that everything they have built there could come crumbling down because of this. But if they don't, the innocence that they have preserved there within their village will now be gone. The future that is their children will be ruined, and their pure intentions will now be lost. The question of how far are you willing to go to protect the ones you love is something we can all relate to and understand, and is the reason that William Hurt does so good throughout this entire movie, but especially in this scene. Because there is still a chance to save Lucius, and Ivy is willing to go any distance to save his life.
Ivy's running toward hope. Let her run.
The next day, Ivy is still running towards that hope. That is until she comes up on a giant hole that then gives way on the edge that she's standing on, and she nearly falls to her death. Luckily, she's able to grab onto the roots that were left from the tree that fell and caused the hole and climb her way back out. Only now she has another problem. Her cane cracked and is now broken, but when she snaps it in two, she hears another stick in the distance snap as well. Recalling what her father had said about the rumors of real creatures in the woods, she begins to run through them, only stopping to catch her breath right in the middle of a patch of the very same berries that both Lucius and Noah had picked earlier, when something grunts not far away from her.
It's not real. It's not real.
Slowly, she begins to walk away, but the creature grunts again, causing her to turn, and we now see that it is facing her. standing still, both silent for a moment, until the creature spreads its arms and begins to sprint towards her, with her jumping out of the way just in time as it passes and stops, giving her just enough time to dash through the woods to try to get away. But as she runs, she finds her way back to that very same hole, and she realizes what she has to do as she throws her stuff aside, puts her hood on, spreads her arms, and waits for the perfect moment. Back in the quiet room, Noah's parents have brought him lunch, but he isn't there, and neither is the suit that they had hidden under the floorboards. What is left, however, are some of the skins of the animals that he had been killing and leaving all over the village. All of that time in the quiet room had given him a chance to find the suit and add to it to make it his own. Because the thing chasing Ivy was never those we don't speak of. They are not real and never have been. It has always been someone in a suit, only this time it was Noah, and he did not survive the fall. Standing at the edge of the hole with a new stick in hand and unknowing of what or who lies at the bottom of it, Ivy continues her journey.
You are to tell no one in the towns where we are.
She has found the road that will bring her closer to saving her love, and the walkers have found the courage to revisit their past that has been locked away for so many years. Ivy's path ends blocked by a giant hedge that she begins to climb, and Edward and Tabitha stand before the lives that they left behind, now just a box full of memories. Memories from the not so long ago past.
And he shot my brother. They stuffed her in a dumpster.
My father was shot.
All of them bad memories. All of the elders having experienced such tragedies that they wanted something to change, and Edward Walker was the one that had the idea that would lead to that change. His father had the money, and after his death it was left to him, an American history teacher at the University of Pennsylvania. He had the money, he knew a place, and he knew a time that was much more simple, less chaotic, and much easier for them to control. All of it an attempt to keep each other and their children safe from the darkness of the modern world.
Mile 27, there's a girl. I'm gonna check it out.
A ranger named Kevin pulls up in his Jeep and begins questioning Ivy, then telling her that she needs to return to her vehicle and leave because no one is allowed into the woods. But that's where she's from. She doesn't even know what a vehicle is or what made that sound when he pulled up and honked his horn at her. All she knows is that she needs to find a doctor so she can get the list of medicines to go back and save Lucius. Handing the list to Kevin, he's completely confused because he doesn't understand what she means that she came from the woods. But reading it, he understands that somebody must be hurt. And Ivy tells him again that they must make haste, but she also says,
"You have kindness in your voice. I did not expect that."
With his kindness, Kevin tells her that he can get the medicines from one of their guard shacks just down the road, but before he leaves, she pays him with a very nice pocket watch, which causes him to wonder if she's tricking him or something, but she's not. So then Kevin, the ranger at the Walker Wildlife Preserve, asks for her name, Ivy Elizabeth Walker. At the closest guard shack, we get a cameo from M. Night himself reading a very tragic newspaper. Man saw it in multiple slaying case. Body of 7-year-old found after 3 days missing. 11 die overseas in combat. It's through him that we learn that their entire job is just to patrol the border and keep people from going into the woods. And all of it is being paid for by some estate.
It's a really easy gig, Kevin. Maintain and protect the border. That's it.
M. Night goes back to reading his paper. Kevin acts as though he's only getting some snacks as he sneaks some medicines out of the cabinet, then goes around the back to get the ladder to help Ivy get over the fence without any issues. And she does. And then we also get this cool mirrored shot from the beginning of Ivy passing by with her reflection in the water compared to the beginning when we saw one of those we don't speak of's reflection in the creek. As now she is bringing life and joy with her back to the village instead of death and fear. She made it back, and we see all of the elders gathered together in Lucius's room with the door open as everyone outside is running to greet her. And then we have Jesse Eisenberg stopping in to tell the elders that Ivy has returned and that she was also attacked and had killed one of the creatures. Noah's parents hold each other tight as all the other elders understand the truth behind this news. And Edward assures them that they will go out and find his body and give him a proper burial. And that they will also tell everyone in the village that he was killed by the creatures.
Your son has made our stories real.
His death in this way, with what they're going to tell the rest of the community, has given them another chance to continue all of this, if that's something they still want to do. Without words, they all slowly stand and step forth to show that they do wish to keep their dream alive with what they have built here in the village. Just then is when Ivy enters the room, makes it to her love's bedside, and takes him by the hand. Now even more filled with hope that they really will be able to share that dance on their wedding night, as she tells him,
"I'm back, Lucius."
Finally back, and having answered the question that we have been asking this whole time of how far are you willing to go to protect the one you love. And Ivy was willing to travel into the Forbidden Woods alone, fight off a creature that shouldn't have been there in the first place, and step into a completely new world that she couldn't even hope to comprehend. But that's where the horror of these twists really come in, because there's so much that she just doesn't know. As well as the entire younger generation within the village, Ivy is not the only one that is blind, it is everyone else too. It all makes you wonder if ignorance really is bliss, or is it just a handicap that leads to more problems? I'm sure August asks himself this same question every wakeless night when he's thinking about his son. They had done so much to protect their children, but it all comes back to the question Edward asked at the beginning.
Did we make the right decision to settle here?
And are they making the right decision by staying? When will Eliza end? When will the next accident happen? And will they allow someone else to travel to the towns when the medicine runs out? So many lies, so many questions, but the one that I can answer is, how good is this twist? And I've decided to do this one differently, since you should know the story, the acting, the predictability, the satisfaction, and my thoughts after everything you just watched. So here are the scores for each category. A 96 for the story, because both of the twists do serve the story really well. A 94 for acting/character, because the acting throughout this whole thing is really good, and Ivy's character is the same before, during, and after the twist. Now, the predictability is a 62, and I know a lot of people guessed the twist early on, but going off of the film, there's really not a lot to hint at the fact that they are in modern day and not the 1890s. And I've also heard multiple people misremember the dates on the tombstones, claiming that they were modern day, but clearly it says 1897 is the year that they're pretending it is, which the predictability of all of this does play into a 68 for the satisfaction. And I'll be honest, I didn't know that there were so many people that didn't like this movie or the twist. But from what I found, it seems like a bunch of people went in expecting a monster movie, and it turned out to be this big love story, so I can see why people would be upset.
And yes, I will dance with you on our wedding night.
Which is also odd, because watching the behind the scenes, M. Night talks about it, and even writing the script, that he was going for a love story. So it seems like maybe the studio kind of pushed the monster theme a little heavy to get people in to see it, just for people to be disappointed. Either way, the film is great, but I understand that people feel cheated by having the monsters not real and then the modern day twist. But as for the Poltergeiger, which is the most important category because it's my opinion, I give it a 91. Obviously, I love this movie and thought the twist was great, but I also did see it the first time when I was like 8 or 9, so My little mind was easily blown at that time. But I also love all of M. Night's original stories that he's done. I think they're all fantastic, and I would like to cover more. But as for this one, our total comes out to an 82.2, putting it in last place on our search for another perfect twist, which just goes to show that if one or two categories is not up with the rest of them, it drags the whole thing down.
It's not real. It's not real.
But it doesn't change the fact that this movie is amazing. And I'm sure the next twist that we look at will also be amazing, even though at this time, I don't know what it is. There's just so many twists out there that I'm just gonna have to pick one and go with it. But if you have any suggestions, please let me know down in the comments. And also let me know what you thought about the shortened ending when it comes to all of the scores and the ranking of the twist. But seriously, if you made it all the way to the end of the video, I thank you so much, and I hope that you like the new setup. You can't really see
Yeah, The Village was really good. That one and Lady in the Water both kind of got destroyed by critics and fans alike, but I think they were both really fun movies. I wasn't disappointed by The Village. I remember, and I saw that when I was a kid, so right when it came out, to rent at least. So, I mean, I guess I was a little disappointed there wasn't actually monsters, but at the same time, I was fine with it. It was just kind of like, okay. Let's see. What's the rest of this video?
back over there. I built shelves this week. I also moved the green screen way over there, which is why there was no green screen in this video, because I have to get a new cord for my microphone to reach all the way across the room. But even without it, I hope that you enjoyed this video and that you can now understand why I like this movie so much. And before I forget, I have to thank the channel members, because they are part of the reason I was able to move stuff around and build shelves and also get some more stuff for The Thing Part 2 as
yeah. Lady in the Water isn't as anywhere as good as The Village. It was just much, when I wasn't excited to see it, so when I saw it I was surprised how good it actually was. But yeah, I would say M. Night fell off pretty hard after his first 4 or 5 movies, and he fell off basically after Sixth Sense, quite frankly. Like, which, fair enough, it's kind of hard to do that again. All right, so we could start the Oklahoma City bombing Wendigoon video. That's the 4-hour one. Or we could do the 5 most disturbing audio recordings real quickly. 36 minutes. Yeah, that's basically when his career kind of went downhill. And I mean, he's had a resurgence that's kind of irrelevant to me. His movie Old from 2021, I think. No, it was probably 2018 or 19. Was nothing. I mean, it was okay. It was better than I expected, I suppose, but it still was not good.
Third, 1961, two brothers and On May 23rd, 1961, two brothers inside an abandoned German bunker in Italy sat down to listen to the empty static of space. Over the years, they had pulled all kinds of strange sounds from that static. But what came through their headphones on this particular night had the potential to change the entire history of space exploration. What they heard was the voice of a woman speaking in Russian. The full transmission lasted a little over 2 minutes. Throughout it, the woman repeatedly called for the person on the other end to answer her.
I'm streaming from my phone, so I see texts come in. I can't really look at them properly. I saw what it said, though. I mean, I was still going to watch the Wendigoon video. But I'll watch it again, like, afterwards. This says...
The full transmission lasted a little over 2 minutes. Throughout it, the woman repeatedly called for the person on the other end to answer her. As the transmission continued, she began mentioning her breathing and oxygen. But soon after this, her words became far more alarming. She claimed the temperature was rising and repeatedly said that she felt hot, like she was in some sort of immediate danger.
I don't know why I keep being responded to on text when I'm streaming from my phone, so I just see the little things pop up, and yeah, I can read the messages, but it's obnoxious when there's a chat right here that you can just reply in. So, anyways, did you want to watch the first 30 minutes of the Wendigoon video, or we'll just do the 5 disturbing audio recordings? Can I just get a straight answer without a text that's outside the YouTube app that I'm streaming on? Brain dead. I guess I'll start the Wendigoon one just to get into it and see what it's like.
At B&C Carpet, we're rolling back prices to bring you our lowest prices every day. Trustmark low prices and B&C Carpet. 3 metro locations to serve you.
Oklahoma City, take a look at this picture. This is our tower cam shot, a plume of smoke rising in the air. I was on the phone with one of the fire chiefs, John Hanson, just moments ago. We were talking. He said, wow, there's been some kind of explosion in downtown Oklahoma City. Initial reports, numerous injuries. These are initial reports coming into Newsline 9. And we're going to stay with you here to talk you through this as we get information on injuries and exactly where this explosion took place.
At 9 a.m. on April 19th, 1994.
Listen, I disavow Wendigoon's title, The Hate and History of Timothy McVeigh. There was not an
5 all seemed pleasant in downtown Oklahoma City. At the Alfred P. Murrah Federal Building, things were running as usual. The building itself was home to many different federal institutions, from a Secret Service office to an ATF office to Social Security and Housing and Urban Development. And at 9 a.m., many of the offices were opening, and people coming in to inquire about their Social Security or drop their kids off on the second story's daycare filled the building with life as all seemed normal. At the same time, a yellow Ryder truck pulled up on the north side of the building. At 9:01 a.m., it seems that no one in the building noticed this. A few people on the street noted the driver of the Ryder truck quickly walking away. And then, at 9:02, the deadliest domestic terror incident in United States history took place. The Ryder truck, inconspicuously parked on the north side of the building a moment earlier, was filled with 7,000 pounds of explosives. The explosion was enough to rip a giant chunk out of the 9-story federal building.
Every building within 16 blocks was damaged in some way, with many of the buildings needing to be demolished. Every piece of glass from buildings to cars within a several block radius was destroyed by the shockwave. But of course, the greatest damage was to those who were inside. From the explosion at 9:02 a.m., 168 people died. Among the casualties was 19 children, most of them under the age of 3. America looked on in horror at what would be the deadliest terrorist attack in our country's history until 9/11 6 years later. In the turbulent culture of 1995, people began to point fingers everywhere. Many believe, this being some years after Desert Storm, perhaps this was some kind of Middle Eastern attack. Others believe perhaps it's a holdover from the destruction of the USSR and this was a Russian or communist attack of some kind. It wasn't until local news crews and investigators noted the date of the attack, April 19th. This date had significance to many of the surviving ATF agents, as it was 2 years to the day since the attack on the Branch Davidians in Waco, Texas. From there, people began to imagine, what if this attack on the United States government wasn't from a foreign entity, but from an American? And as
it's crazy how much footage they have of just inside the actual newsrooms of people scrambling and trying to get stuff. Like somebody just turned the camera on and was like, this is going to be important later on in 20 years, 30 years. And they were right.
Shortly realized they were right. Not only was this an attack from an American, but it was an attack from an American veteran. A veteran who considered the murder of 168 people an act of vengeance. And a veteran who considered for a really long time the best way to hurt the government he once served. Hello, everybody. Today we're going to talk about the Oklahoma City bombing and its perpetrator, Timothy McVeigh. I've alluded to the Oklahoma City bombing multiple times in my previous videos. I mentioned it in my videos about the Waco standoff and the Ruby Ridge standoff. I mentioned it in my video about sovereign citizens. And while I think we can all agree it was certainly an impactful moment, I think a lot of us, especially people my age, don't give it the credit it deserves. Credit for being one of the most cultural defining moments of the past several decades. There have been so many laws and approach to policing and legislation as a whole based off this story. Up until it happened, it was simply a scenario that many people thought impossible. And to me, one of the most interesting things about it, and the thing I want to spend the majority of the time in this video talking about today, is McVeigh.
Oh, did you want me to start that toxic love thing now, like for a moment, or no? If not, you don't even have to reply. It doesn't matter.
Because while he was in prison, Timothy McVeigh confessed to everything and effectively gave his entire life story, detailing piece by piece why he became the man that he did and why he would go on to commit such atrocious actions. Actions that he felt fully justified for. And even though his goal wasn't to kill random civilians, he felt that they were acceptable losses. I want to talk about what makes that person exist and exactly what kind of person that is. I want to go through his life story. I want to talk about his highs and his lows. And I want to talk about what drives a man to drive an explosive truck up to a building full with innocent civilians that he knows of, but considers it acceptable because of the greater purpose. It's, in my opinion, a monstrous event that doesn't get talked about enough in the current age. So that's what we're going to do today. So we're going to talk about everything that led up to 9:02 a.m. on April the 19th, 1995, and everything else that followed. And I do want to clarify, when we get to the details of the bombing itself, I am going to talk in detail about what several of the victims were like, from the ages of 3 months old to 73 years old, as well as a lot of violent rhetoric that led to McVeigh becoming the man that he did. So if any of that bothers you, feel free to skip out. Viewer discretion advised. But I also advise you not to totally kill the tone of the video I've set up until now, that I've got some new merch. That's right, new merch brought to you by the No Trace Club. As many of you know, I love the mountains, so naturally I hate it when people aren't nice to the mountains. If I'm driving behind someone on a parkway and I see them throw a can out, you've no kid with perfect roll-up hat look back when you touch shirt, bracelet, force in Southern Spidey is available. Supporting me, ensure you is money. It's not getting enough. Speaking of supporting me, I know something that we all struggle with is money. If it's not getting enough of it, then and try to not lie, but there's something you get it away. Subscribe your get money to be. Sign up for description sponsoring the channel. Their link will be in the description to lay out some of the sources you for watching. All that being said, we're going to go ahead and get into it, but as always, thank you for watching. Now, before I begin, I think it's important to lay out some of the sources that I'm working with. This story has a ton of controversy around it, obviously in the motivations and, the bombing itself, but also in how the story was covered and how some of the information was leaked to the press or how it was framed in the media. There are several conspiracy theories around this case that are still alive, and a lot of people still have a lot of suspicion because of how the government handled some things. We're going to talk about those discrepancies as we get to them, but primarily I'm trying to use as many first-hand accounts as possible. Those include things like on-the-ground footage that was taken during and after the bombing, testimonies from survivors who were there, the FBI's report, and then the subsequent DOJ reports criticizing the FBI's initial report. But my primary source that from all of my research seems to be the most comprehensive telling of this case is the book American Terrorist, Timothy McVeigh and the Oklahoma City Bombing by Lou Mitchell and Dan Herbeck. Lou and Dan were journalists, and 2 days after the bombing itself, began to put together information regarding the case. Lou befriended Timothy McVeigh's father, Bill, and through him learned a lot about Timothy's life. They began to take notes from every job and nearly every person that Timothy interacted with throughout his life, and eventually, while Timothy was in prison, got his first-hand account and confession of what he did in Oklahoma City. So much so that information given to the authors of this book was the first time that the information was ever made public. There is a source notes section at the back of the book where the authors go into detail regarding discrepancies, and the level of attention to detail is mind-boggling. Without exaggeration, if there was a story that someone told about Timothy being in high school and driving his car too fast, they went to the people who were in the car and asked how fast he was driving. And note things like, well, these two say he went really fast, but this one says it wasn't that fast, so make of it what you will. That level of attention is given to every element of Timothy's radicalization, to his upbringing, to the constructing of the bomb itself. And because several of the stories are from Timothy's own account, it was a huge controversy when the book initially came out. So much so that the Oklahoma State Legislature condemned the book and asked that people not read it. However, from reading the book, it is very apparent that while they got information from Timothy, they were not looking for his approval in the things they said, and simply made a comprehensive telling of everything that led up to that day in 1995. The authors are dismissive of several of the conspiracy theories surrounding McVeigh, but I think they have good reason for doing so, and again, we'll talk about that when we get there. But for now, American Terrorist is the best source on the case that I've seen, so I'll have that linked in the description if anyone's interested. With all that out of the way, let's talk about the man behind the bomb. Timothy McVeigh was born on April 23rd of 1968 in Lockport, New York. He was born to parents Bill and Mickey McVeigh. The city he was born in, Lockport, was the same city in which his father worked, at the Harrison Radiator. Harrison Radiator built radiators and supplied them for General Motors. By all metrics, Timothy was born to a standard American family. His mother settled down with his father and ended up having 3 children, of which Timothy was the middle child between 2 girls. His father came from a family of farmers and eventually joined the Army before getting his job at Harrison Radiator. And Timothy would grow up in a small community in New York State of mostly blue-collar workers, and he'd spend his early life after school playing with friends in the neighborhood. According to his friends, Timothy was always very inventive. Anytime they played a game, he would come up with the dynamics of it. If they played cops and robbers, he would set the rules. He would decide where the jail was going to be. And regardless of the game they played, there was always some storyline, always some tale of good versus evil, and Timothy always set himself on the side of good. One of his favorite movies that he saw as a child was the original Star Wars. Timothy loved the idea of the good side of the Force battling against the dark side. Timothy was also very ingenuitive. Instead of buying a toy lightsaber from the store, he just built his own out of pipe and flashlight. His grandfather, Ed McVeigh, who Timothy would later say was one of the closest relationships he ever had taught Timothy a lot about motors and basic mechanics. Anytime his dad had something with an engine, like a lawnmower, Timothy wanted to take it apart to see how it worked and then put it back together. By all accounts, he was a happy little boy with a promising future ahead of him. And while that was certainly true from the outside looking in, Timothy had a lot of problems that he didn't talk about that likely shaped the person he became. Now, a lot of these incidents that I'm going to mention are things that, sure, Timothy talked about, but contested didn't really affect him that much. However, according to the psychiatrist who evaluated Timothy during his trial, his psychiatrist believed that these events had a greater impact on Timothy than Timothy would like to believe. So I'm going to present some of them, and it's really up to you how much this had an impact on his eventual crime. And I'm also going to clarify, and I mention this anytime I do a video covering...
Like reading something I kind of...
taught Timothy a lot about motors and basic mechanics. Anytime his dad had something with an engine, like a lawnmower, Timothy wanted to take it apart to see how it worked and then put it back together. By all accounts, he was a happy little boy with a promising future ahead of him. And while that was certainly true from the outside looking in, Timothy had a lot of problems that he didn't talk about that likely shaped the person he became. Now, a lot of these incidents that I'm going to mention are things that, sure, Timothy talked about, but contested didn't really affect him that much. However, according to the psychiatrist who evaluated Timothy during his trial, his psychiatrist believed that these events had a greater impact on Timothy than Timothy would like to believe. So I'm going to present some of them, and it's really up to you how much this had an impact on his eventual crime. And I'm also going to clarify, and I mention this anytime I do a video covering killers or mass tragedies like this, I'm not bringing up Timothy's trauma and contributing factors as a justification or a reason as to what he did. A lot of people go through hard things, sure. A lot of people who go through hard things don't also kill 168 people. I do not bring these things up to imply that a hard life leads to violence. I bring these things up as an explanation, not a justification. There were a few tragic moments from Timothy's young life that gave him a more bitter outlook on the world around him. One time, as a child, Timothy went to a nearby stream near his house and saw a neighborhood kid throwing a burlap sack into the water. When Timothy asked what was in the sack that sunk to the bottom of the river, the neighbor said that his cat had had kittens and his parents made him get rid of them. This obviously distressed young Timothy, and he cried for several days about the incident. Shortly thereafter, he walked outside one day to find his own pet cat killing a wild rabbit. He ran inside to his parents and insisted they need to take the rabbit to the vet, but the rabbit was too far gone, and his parents simply informed him that that's just how the world works. Both of these situations weighed heavy on a young boy who, according to his parents, quit shooting frogs with BB guns when all the other boys would do it because he felt bad for the frogs. What's most interesting about these instances, to me, is that years later, while talking to the authors of this book for his biography, he would bring these issues up. Think about that. His life involved things like Desert Storm, and obviously the terrorist attack itself. Yet he remembers instances like watching kittens die and watching his cat kill a rabbit. He would reframe these stories, though, and say that things like watching his cat kill a rabbit framed his idea around difficult decisions. Of course, his eventual definition of that was far different than yours or mine. Tim would also say that he hated bullies. He hated anyone who was bigger than someone else, so they simply picked on the little guy. He recounts a story of when he was 10 years old and playing softball, and a kid who was bigger than him tried to steal his hat, and when Tim wouldn't hand it over, the bully punched him in the face. He would mention this event years later as framing his hatred of those who take advantage of people that they can. In my opinion, one of the most impactful things that happened to Timothy in his childhood was his parents' divorce. And obviously a parental divorce would impact any child, but I mean specifically in the way it framed his view of people, and specifically women. His parents fought a lot for a slew of reasons. Tim would later tell romantic partners that there were some nights his parents would be yelling at each other so loud, Tim thought one of them was going to kill the other. From the narrative presented in the biography, it seems that a lot of the tension came from Mickey, his mother, wanting to travel the world and not be tied down to the family lifestyle, while his father, Bill, was perfectly happy to work a 9 to 5 and just pay the bills. Neighbors of the McVeys would say that they heard multiple stories that Mickey had been having affairs behind Bill's back, but then when the authors of the book questioned her about this, she denied it. Well, after the book was published, Mickey would recount her denial and say that she did, in fact, have affairs, but they were short, and in some cases, only a few minutes, as if that makes them, less of an affair. Needless to say, things were not good in the household, and in 1970...
So Timothy McVeigh's mom was a whatever podcast whore. Let's just be honest. She fucked everything up. It's all her fault. End of story. I could just end the story, end this 4-hour and 7-minute video at 18 minutes.
His parents separated. At just 11 years old, Tim had to make the decision if he wanted to stay with his father in New York or go with his mother and older sister Patricia and younger sister Jennifer to Florida. Tim decided to stay with his dad, and in this first separation, his mother came back home pretty quickly. But over the next several years, there would be 2 more separations.
Like literally everything you just heard was the exact shit you would hear from whatever podcast. It just ended up causing one of the sons to, blow some 160 people up.
Final separation.
I wonder how many kids on the whatever podcast, how many parents will have kids that do something disastrous that have been on the whatever podcast. Oh boy.
Sticking, eventually leaving Tim and his dad Bill and his younger sister Jennifer, who now decided to stay with Bill and Tim in New York. Women who had flings with Tim would later say that Tim would refer to his mother as a bitch and a slut, and Tim was known to make comments to the effect of, women shouldn't
no lie detected
be working. If women were just homemakers, then the country would run a lot better. And combining that with the fact that,
I gotta be honest, Timothy's on to something. He was on to something.
In prison would have trouble saying that he loved any of the women in his life, even his mother. It's not hard to combine his feelings later in life with what is more than likely his feelings regarding his mom. Also, Mickey McVeigh was not a popular girl in the trials and everything that would follow the bombing, not only because of things like the affair rumors and whatnot, but she would say some crazy stuff years later, which we'll get to that eventually. But yeah, there's a lot of reasons to not like her. Because of his parents' separation and the fact that his father worked a lot of night shifts to, try to keep up a single-parent household while also paying for Mickey and the kids in Florida, Tim would say later in his life that he didn't have that close of a relationship to either of his parents. Instead, his real parental figure was his grandfather, Ed. Ed would introduce Tim to not only mechanics, but to another facet of Tim's life that would be very important moving forward. His love of firearms. Which, if you're new to the channel, just want to throw this out there that,
He's got a
don't have a problem with that.
Machine
But
gun?
that love of firearms would be the first domino in a string of events that would lead to his eventual beliefs. However, his grandfather gave him...
I didn't know you were allowed to have, like, an M249. I guess in Texas you can. He just held up a fucking Rambo gun. Okay, whatever. Maybe he rented it for the... I have no idea. I know he does actually like guns a lot, so he probably just owns it.
Firearm upbringing that a lot of people in rural America have.
Oh, I know he's in Texas. It's just... He just lifted up a Rambo gun. Like, he showed off some cool assault rifles, and all of a sudden, it was a fucking full-on... It was an M249, literally. So I guess that's cool.
He taught Tim that guns are dangerous and they're a privilege that shouldn't be taken for granted, in a string of events that would lead to his eventual beliefs. However, his grandfather gave him the standard firearm upbringing that a lot of people in rural America have. He taught Tim that guns are dangerous and they're a privilege that shouldn't be taken for granted. He would take Tim out to shoot cans with the .22 rifle, and then they would always collect their shell casings and the cans and other cans that people had left nearby. And through this, Ed taught Tim to respect nature and the safety of others by always being careful when you're shooting. And throughout high school, Tim, to everyone, was an outgoing and kind kid. He loved sci-fi movies and TV shows like Star Trek. He played basketball and babysat on the side to save up enough money to buy his first car. He got his first job at Burger King, where he would end up losing his virginity to a woman 10 years older than him, who was also married, typical high school experience. But he also had a propensity to walk on the wild side from time to time. Everyone who rode in a car with him said that he drove like the devil everywhere he went. It was not uncommon for him to do 80 miles an hour down a curvy back road. He also was really into computers and had a couple of Commodore 64s and used them to hack into a bunch of different systems. Him and his friends initially just did things like hack into local school systems as a joke, but it got to the point where him and his friends hacked into a Defense Department computer system at the White Sands Missile Range in New Mexico. Seems nothing nefarious was done during this time, and it was mostly just to see if he could. After high school,
crazy.
With some nudging from his father, Tim agreed to go to college to be a computer systems analyst. However, he immediately found college to be stupid, which, as a fellow college dropout, samesies. He just like me, for real. Probably shouldn't say that about the Oklahoma City bomber. See, during high school, Tim complained a lot about all the things he didn't want to learn about. See, he was interested in things like math, science, and history, but he hated classes like English. He never quit going to high school because of this, and as a matter of fact, had perfect attendance. But when he got out of high school, he wasn't looking forward to doing the same thing again and learning about a lot of stuff he didn't care for. As a matter of fact, on his first day of classes, there was a comprehensive math exam to judge everyone's capabilities in math. Tim thought it was stupid and completed the test in 20 minutes when it took the rest of the class about an hour. In those 20 minutes, Tim scored a 99, while the second highest score was in the 80s. While he obviously could have tested out and flew through the courses he was interested in, he didn't want to once again take a bunch of electives that he felt didn't matter. So just a few weeks after starting, Tim dropped out of college and went back to the exact same thing he was doing before college, working at Burger King. Now, I don't say this to disparage anyone who works at a fast food restaurant. As a YouTuber, I don't think I can disparage anyone for anything. But it was apparent to those around Tim at this point in his life that Tim was deeply unhappy. A psychiatrist who eventually evaluated McVeigh found that he had an IQ of about 126. It's clear that Tim had the capability to really get anywhere he wanted to be in life, but he didn't want to put up with the things he didn't want to do to get to that point. Because of that, he just sort of worked his way into a slump, where he knew he could be somewhere else, but he didn't want to do something distasteful to get there. A boy who previously was active in a lot of extracurricular activities and spent time with friends now spent his days off work at Burger King just lying on the couch. It's clear at this point that Tim was pretty depressed, and through that depression, it seems that he grew a lot of hatred. Hatred potentially from his position in life or his lack of direction. And it's during this time that Tim would really begin to align himself with a lot of political ideations that would manifest as his life went on. Tim would likely describe these ideations as originating around freedom. See, Tim really got into American history and developed a love around the founding fathers and a lot of America's roles in wars like World War II. He became very appreciative of the United States and of the sacrifices others made to allow him the freedom that he has. Obviously, in tandem with this was things like his growing love of firearms. From here, Tim really got into a survivalist mindset. He told his father that what he wanted to do was become a prepper. He wanted to collect guns and ammunition, and he wanted to build a bunker and stockpile food, and he wanted to be ready not only to defend his country if, say, the country were ever invaded. I mean, this was during the Cold War, so a lot of people had concerns about things like that, but to just help other people around him if they ever needed it. When Tim was only 8 years old, his community was hit by the blizzard of '77. a huge snowstorm in New York that ended up killing 29 people. Tim remembered how during the blizzard, a lot of people were without food and were dependent on their neighbors to bring them food. Tim said that if a situation like that were to ever happen again, he wanted to be ready to save other people. And all of that within isolation is fine, right? He appreciates the country he lives in and the sacrifices that were made for it. He wants to be better prepared and independent, and he wants to help others and his community if they ever need it. All of those characteristics are good traits. I would even say valiant thoughts. But in my opinion, the reason Tim's ideations didn't end there was because of his position. Like being a computer analyst, it was something that sure he'd be interested in, but that's a while down the road. Being prepared and bettering yourself is fine, but if that's not the immediate thing you can do, then you just kind of fester in the idea that you could be doing more. While a lot of people buy food and guns, 99% of the population stops there. But there's sadly a fragment who take that idea a step further. It seems it wasn't enough for Tim to better himself. He had to better himself against something. Something that wasn't just a nebulous communist threat or impending blizzard. What I believe Tim needed was a place to redirect a lot of the hatred and loathing he had in himself onto something else. Tim needed an enemy, and through his reading, he found one. Tim was an avid reader, and he read a lot of history, and he read a lot of Second Amendment literature, but more and more he began to seek out literature that had a tinge of direction in its subtext. It wasn't simply enough to learn about what was, it was to learn about what was and what might be coming. More and more, Tim began to fixate on the idea that there wasn't an enemy coming, there was an enemy already here. An enemy that Tim could prepare for. The enemy of the United States government. At least in his adolescent years, it seemed this idea was relegated for a few bad eggs within the system. As long as gun legislation has been a thing, there's been stories of law-abiding people being arrested or in some cases even killed over trivial laws. Tim saw this as an affront to everything the forefathers fought for, an affront to everything he believed to be good. More and more, the idea manifested in Tim's mind that a threat could come from within his own.
In an alternate timeline, this guy sounds like he could have been a future president.
Own borders, and it wouldn't take long for his acceptable targets to grow within those borders. So he began to read more and more about guerrilla warfare, soldiers' accounts from battle, and a lot of fiction that had to do with a hypothetical oppressive government within the United States. It was during this time that Timothy read a book called The Turner Diaries. Now, if you're interested in the realm of banned books and extreme media, The Turner Diaries is probably nothing new. The Turner Diaries is a 1978 novel written by William Luther Pierce. Pierce is the founder of the National Alliance, a white supremacist organization. Fittingly, the Turner Diaries tells the story of how the world was saved through an ethnic cleansing. Follows a guy named Earl Turner who, in an alternate 1980s, lives in a world where a Jewish-controlled government confiscates weapons from all the white people, which causes the white people to begin to form an army, to where they eventually kill everyone in the world that isn't white, and that leads to a perfect utopia. Be sure to look for it on the shelves of your next Scholastic Book Fair. The Turner Diaries would become a very important part of Timothy's radicalization. He'd place copies of some of the pages in what would be his semi-manifesto. He would try to get other people he knew to read the book. He would send clippings of it to his sister in the mail. And the topic of Timothy McVeigh being a white supremacist came up a lot in trials and interviews that would follow. And his key takeaway from the Turner Diaries wasn't the race stuff, even though that's like 90% of what the book's about. Instead, he fixated on the early parts of the book regarding things like gun confiscation. He used it as an example of how the government can take people's guns and then have the power to rule over them. While his eventual attack certainly wasn't racially motivated, it was federally motivated. And the race stuff was never a huge part of his ideation. I'm sure if it was, he would have no problem mentioning it in the dozens of interviews and court appearances and documents he would eventually leave. But he certainly was okay rubbing shoulders with it if it meant getting across his greater point of individual freedoms and gun rights and blah, blah, blah. He was willing to break bread with anyone who shared his beliefs about an encroaching government and about maintaining the ability to purchase firearms, most often in the case of eventual self-defense against the government. And coincidentally, a lot of racially motivated groups share those same beliefs. So to Timothy, they're good enough. But it wasn't only the need for gun ownership that Tim would take from the Turner Diaries, as in an early section of the story, Earl Turner blows up an FBI building with a car bomb. The seed of an idea would plant itself in Tim's mind and tragically blossom several years later. But in these initial days, while Tim was reading more and more extreme literature, it didn't have any outward effects in action yet. Like I said, while his motives were never outright racially motivated, they were certainly motivated against an oppressive state, and Tim began to tell anyone who would listen. But while his more extreme opinions were kept to himself, outwardly he was just a guy that liked freedom and liked guns and wanted to be a survivalist. But as his father pointed out, that's not the kind of thing you can pay the bills with. So he encouraged his son to get a job that he was more inclined for, and eventually Tim did.
And now
as he
we're
got
back
a
to
job
Burger
as an
King.
armed security personnel for an armored car company, transporting cash deposits to and from banks.
That would have been like the third time, and now it's Burger King. The chicken fries were rolling that summer, and he finally snapped.
To get this job, he needed to get a carry permit, and at the time in the United States, especially New York, it was much more difficult and rare for individuals to have a concealed carry permit. Tim had to go apply for one at the police department, and then the police had to conduct background interviews on Tim's friends and family to see if there was any red flags as to why he shouldn't get the permit. But of course, everyone around him, Tim was as good of a kid as could be, so no one gave any cause to deny him. So Tim got his permit and then got a job at the company. Tim would say it was while working this job that he had his first real experiences with racism. See, Tim lived in a mostly white upstate New York community. But now, doing cash runs in and out of Buffalo, he worked with a lot of guards who disparaged a lot of the minorities who lived in Buffalo. And again, while Tim would later say that he didn't agree with a lot of the opinions that people he worked with had, it certainly showed that he had no problem with it, as would be true of several of his connections later in life. There were some other defining moments that framed Tim's ideas into the future. For example, one night he had stopped on the road after a motorist in front of him had hit a deer. The deer wasn't yet dead and was instead lying on the side of the road suffering. Tim was in an area where it was illegal to fire a gun, but he decided that whatever penalties he got, it would be worse to watch this animal suffer. So Tim shot it, drove on, and thought to himself that sometimes the laws of nature are more important than the laws of man. However, despite this armored car job being more in the direction of what he wanted to do, it still wasn't satisfying enough for him. He wanted to put his survivalist skills to the test. He wanted to become a better fighter and become someone more capable. And for a guy with those acclamations and a love of guns and a want to fight for his country and freedom, what better place than the Army? So in May of 1988, at 20 years old, Timothy McVeigh joined the United States Army. Specifically, he would go into the Army's 1st Infantry Division, or the Big Red One. And immediately upon joining the Army, Tim thrived. From the time he arrived at Fort Benning, he was a model soldier. From the rugged training, to the competition, to the betterment with weapon systems, the Army was everything that Tim had hoped for. And Tim didn't just want to stop the infantry. He wanted to try out for the Rangers and potentially the Special Forces. But Tim enjoyed the ride along the way. He would later say that his first years in the Army were the greatest years of his life. And while in basic training, for the first time since grade school, Tim began to make some new friends. Among those friends was his 33-year-old team leader, Terry Nichols. Terry Nichols was born to a farming family on April 1st of 1995 in Lapeer, Michigan. Similar to Timothy, after high school, it seems Terry didn't have a lot of direction for his life. At first, he wanted to be a doctor, but then after high school, he worked on his parents' farm for a while, and then he left to go be a real estate agent, and then he ended up working on the farm again. In 1982, he married a woman named Lena and then began to bounce around doing various odd jobs. Eventually, Lena ended up being the one working, and Terry simply stayed at home. Well, Terry seemed to be dissatisfied with that and wanted a change of scenery. So, at 33 years old, he joined the Army. His marriage to Lena had become more and more turbulent leading up to this, especially since Lena and Terry had had a son named Josh, and Lena likened Terry joining the Army to abandoning his family. So, shortly after Terry joined, Lena filed for divorce. That didn't seem to bother Terry on the outside. By all accounts of people who were with him in the Army, Terry was a very cool-headed individual who was great at breaking up fights and staying cool under pressure. Because of that, and his over a decade in age from the other men in his platoon, he was made team leader of the squad Timothy was in. Despite the age gap and the fact that other members of the squad referred to him as Pops, that didn't stop Tim and Terry from becoming quick friends. Both of them had a love of firearms, and both of them, crucially, had a distrust of government. It may seem hypocritical to people who dislike the government so much, joining the government, but in their minds, as is true of a lot of people who join the military, there's a disconnect between the armed forces and the branches of government that they view as oppressive. They joined the Army because they wanted to be fighters and they wanted to defend the Constitution and the freedom of American people and blah, blah, blah. It's just a few bad eggs in Washington, D.C. that are passing legislation that is obscuring that freedom. To them, fighting to protect Americans is still something worth fighting for, even if those ideas would change over the coming years. Tim and Terry would complete their initial training at Fort Benning and then get transferred to Fort Riley, Kansas. Now, at Fort Riley, Tim was doing something with his time and something that he felt gave his life meaning, and to many others, this showed. Tim went back to being sociable, he went back to making friends. Tim didn't drink or do drugs, even drugs as minor as marijuana, and he had an agreement with several of the guys on base that if any of them were drunk and needed a ride home, as long as they paid for gas money, he would pick people up at any hour. Because of that, a lot of soldiers at Fort Riley saw Tim as someone dependable, someone they could come to with problems, someone who in multiple cases they could loan money from. Tim was said to be an excellent poker player, and he quit playing poker against the other people in the Army because he felt bad that he always won. And professionally, Tim excelled at this time. While Tim was at Fort Riley received its first Bradley fighting vehicles, or BFVs. Bradleys are multi-purpose vehicles that can be used to transport troops, but are also lightweight tanks that can move faster than equivalents like the M1 Abrams. Or at least it's lighter weight and can be maneuvered easier than an Abrams. And when the Bradleys arrived, Tim was assigned to try out for the role of gunner, controlling the weapon system on top of the Bradley that contains a machine gun, a 25mm chain gun, and in his case, even tow missiles. Well, Tim excelled at this. As a matter of fact, he excelled more than anyone else at Fort Riley. During a training exercise, he shot a perfect 1,000 out of 1,000. That means he was 100% accurate. He identified all of the targets and non-targets as quickly as possible. And out of the 120 Bradley gunners at Fort Riley, he was the first in his class. But that's not to say his entire social experience in the Army was perfect either. He was very ardent in his beliefs and encouraged people around him to engage in a lot of the literature and beliefs that Tim was growing. And he would do things like try to encourage people to read things like the Turner Diaries. Few people were kind of receptive, but some of, the sergeants and older people at Fort Riley were like, hey man, maybe don't hand out books about, a race war. Tim would always say, no, just got to ignore the race stuff in it. It's about the gun stuff. That's why I like it. Maybe potentially blowing up a federal building, but, more on that later. The race stuff would continue to come up during his time at Fort Riley. There was one instance while he was at a friend's car, a friend of his who was black, and the two of them were joking around, and his friend called Tim a slur for white people, and Tim replied by calling him the slur for black people. Another black soldier overheard that and reported Tim. Tim said that he was just palling around with a friend and he didn't mean anything by the insult, but he was told to drop that kind of language. At the same time, this was in the wake of things like the Black Panther movement. There were a lot of black soldiers on base who would wear t-shirts that would say things like Black Power. And Tim thought that that was hypocritical, that he couldn't say stuff about race, but they could. So that led him to somewhere, probably in a magazine or something, finding an ad for a white powered t-shirt. And he thought that would be really cool to wear as like a protest of like, oh, they can wear a black power shirt, I'll wear a white power one, whatever. And the ad said you got this t-shirt if you joined the group that was selling this t-shirt. So Tim sent in a $20 membership. The group that offered the t-shirt was the KKK.
I knew it!
So Tim, while he was in the army, sent in a $20 membership to the Ku Klux Klan. Before he had a chance to wear it, someone on base saw the t-shirt and was like, hey man, don't wear that shirt. And Tim complained and saw this as a hypocrisy that he can't wear his white power t-shirt. After his first month of membership, when, you know, the KKK sends their literature, which is, as you could imagine, Tim was surprised.
Can he get his money back? That's fucking bullshit.
To see that it was all...
Couldn't they send him some white monsters?
About racial stuff. According to Tim, he thought that the KKK was more so like a pro-freedom, pro-gun organization, and was completely blindsided by the Klan being, you know, a race thing. So he canceled his membership after the first month, which I gotta say, I don't know about that one. Like, what do you mean? You didn't know? Like, I'm sure, I know the Klan has...
He paid for the first 3 months. He should have stuck it out. I mean, what the fuck? Why not?
Some stuff about freedom and patriotism and things like that. And I'm sure that's what enticed him. But you're telling me during the whole sign-up process and also during your whole life before this, you had never heard of them? That just seems a little...
Why is there a black guy hanging
like,
from the
are you
tree?
sure about that? I went to Burger King to get the chicken tenders. Lo and behold, they sell burgers. Never would have imagined. During this time, Tim was still set on joining the Special Forces. After his mandated physical training would be done, he would spend the rest of his free time doing long rucks with heavy equipment or working out in the gym or running. He wanted to get himself in peak physical condition to go through Special Forces selection. The Special Forces Selection and Assessment, or the SFAS, is the trial that allows you entry into the Special Forces, also known as the Green Berets. Well, technically, if you get through selection, you're allowed to go through Q course or qualification course, which is the actual trial into the Green Berets. But selection is just the rigorous near month-long course in which people are heavily tested on their mental endurance, on their physical endurance, on their adaptability. And if you are one of the ones selected out of that program, you are then allowed to go into the qualification course. But selection has a reputation for being a very grueling procedure that tests the mind and body. So during his time at Fort Riley, Tim continued to train, hoping that he could make it to selection. And near the end of 1990, Tim got invited to Camp Mackle within Fort Bragg, North Carolina, to try out for selection. Or try out by going to selection. You know what I mean. Tim was elated by this and was set to go to selection in early 1991. All of that would change, however, in January of 1991 when America entered the Gulf War. Saddam Hussein had invaded Kuwait in August of 1990, and in January, the United States began to deploy ground forces. And Tim was among the soldiers sent to Operation Desert Storm. Tim was openly conflicted about Operation Desert Storm before they even went. He signed up to the Army to defend the United States, and he viewed what was happening in the Middle East as something that didn't concern us. If it was a fight against a government or people that was trying to attack the United States, Tim would be all for it. But he didn't like the idea of the government using soldiers to be Big Brother on the other side of the planet. However, at the same time, Tim didn't like bullies, and he viewed Saddam Hussein and his soldiers for, invading other nations as being a bully to a different people. And if the United States was getting involved to fight this bully, well, he swore an oath to fight for the United States. So while on a political level, he was reluctant about the United States involvement, he was not reluctant about fighting with other soldiers underneath the flag. Now, by this point, Terry Nichols had already left the Army. There was growing concerns from his ex-wife about taking care of his son, Josh. So before Desert Storm, even though Terry went with Tim to Fort Riley, he was honorably discharged to take care of his family. So Tim went to the Middle East without Terry Nichols, and he went under the command of Lieutenant Rodriguez, and his Bradley, which was officially designated Charlie 11, was given the nickname by Tim of Bad Company. As the Bradley moved through the desert, Tim would always be on the gun, ready for fight, scanning the horizon to see if they were under any attack. The song Bad Company had a lot of weight to Tim. I mean, for a Bradley gunner in war, lyrics like, "Behind a gun I make my final stand, bad company till the day I die," certainly resonated. But another one of the song's lyrics, "Dirty for Dirty," is something that Tim would quote multiple times in the events he would eventually commit. As Tim saw, people get repaid what they are owed. While in the Gulf War, Tim was already geared up to fight before they ever saw action. For the first several days, his platoon was mostly on guard or doing short reconnaissance trips. But in the distance, they could see gunfire and explosions, and every day they heard about Americans being killed. One story he heard before he saw combat was that a nearby Bradley was ambushed and 2 of the crew members killed while the others were shot as they ran for cover. This continued to get Tim and the rest of his men fired up. At any moment, they could be attacked. At any moment, the enemy would meet with overwhelming force and would not show mercy. It turns out, as Tim would find out after the war, this instance of a Bradley crew getting attacked was actually a friendly fire incident, in which an American helicopter did not know he was firing on American forces. Tim would later equate this to just being another example of the government lying to get what they want, to get soldiers ready for war. But at the time, Tim was ready to fight, especially if it meant protecting his crew. When the fighting eventually began, Tim certainly saw action. As his Bradley was making its way through another unit's position, an American soldier had been injured by a grenade launcher round that he fired. Tim, who had medical training, was ordered to get off the gun and get out and help the soldier. His lieutenant, bizarrely, ordered Tim to try to remove the shrapnel from the guy's leg. You know, shrapnel that's pretty close to some pretty major arteries. But Tim, ignoring the lieutenant, just did what he saw best: put pressure on the wound and stop the bleeding. After a dedicated medical team took the soldier, they said that the soldier likely would have died if Tim had tried to remove the shrapnel, and if Tim hadn't done so good of a job at stopping his bleeds. Shortly after this, Tim would take a shot that would stay in his mind forever. So Tim's primary weapon atop the Bradley was a 25mm chain gun. At the time, it was loaded with high explosive rounds. It can be used to stop vehicles, to punch through bunkers, and, obviously any person that may be unfortunate enough to get in the way. As Tim's Bradley was moving forward, they began to take fire from a machine gun placement over a mile away. Tim gets on the 25mm and sees where the shots are coming from and is ordered to fire. Tim, and this was witnessed by multiple other gunners who were also looking through their optic and just hadn't fired yet, from a moving Bradley at about 1,900 yards away, Tim fired a single shot and the round hit the gunner in the chest. This was an incredible shot to hit, and everyone else on the intercom system said the same thing. A first round hit from a gun that's normally meant to fire multiple rounds to see, where your shots are landing and then judge off of that. This shot from a moving vehicle at that distance on a man-sized target is near unheard of, and it would eventually land Tim an Army Commendation Medal. Also, shortly before the fighting had began, in the field, Tim was promoted to sergeant, and along with the Army Commendation Medal for this shot, Tim also got the Bronze Star Medal, the National Defense Service Medal, the Southwest Asia Service Medal, the Army Service Ribbon, and the Kuwait Liberation Medal. Moments like this and his Army career on paper were all very glorious things to be proud of. That's not how Tim remembers it. From Tim's accounting of the story, he looked through the optic of the gun, he fired a round, and he saw the machine gunner turn to red mist. The explosive component of the round had detonated. The entire guy's head disappeared. The blast was so powerful, in fact, that it also killed the assistant gunner who was standing next to the machine gunner. There were several soldiers around the machine gun nest dug in, so the other Bradleys just put a bunch of shots down range. By the time they got up to the position, they were holding up a white flag. It's obviously demoralizing if, the biggest gun you got explodes, and the guy next to him also explodes. Tim recounts seeing these guys come out of their position terrified. Moments like this made Tim decide that he was not fighting against some elite fighting force who was committed to Hussein and all his evils. He was fighting against a group of guys who didn't even know that they were going up against Americans. What Tim remembers more than the medals that he received in his promotions was the bodies that had been ran over by vehicles so many times they were hard to distinguish as people. Some left out in the sun, bloated from the heat and rot. Some shapes he came across were so burnt and disfigured he couldn't even tell they were people until the vehicle ran over them and he could hear the bones crunch. Instances like this would not leave Tim's mind, as would become apparent in his time after the Army. It didn't help that after President H.W. Bush ordered a ceasefire, Tim felt the job had not been finished. Saddam, the guy responsible for all of this, was still out there, and he was upset that they didn't see the fight through. Eventually, Saddam would be hanged on national television, so I'd say they got him pretty good. But Tim wanted to be the one to do it. Tim wanted to be the one to take the fight all the way to him. After the ceasefire, Tim saw a lot of things that stuck with him too. He witnessed an American soldier steal tools from an Iraqi farmer. He saw a starving family to which Tim stole MREs and delivered them to them. He saw a lot of people left in destitute conditions, and while he didn't necessarily place all of the blame on the American military for putting them in this situation, he viewed it as, Hussein's actions are what led to this, he certainly did feel the army could have done a better job at taking care of these people. Orders like he was not to deliver any supplies to Iraqis because who knows who they may be supplying. When seeing starving women and children, Tim couldn't help himself. In prison, while asked about the Iraqi soldiers he killed in combat, Tim would say, "What made me feel bad was, number one, I didn't kill them in self-defense. When I took a human life, it taught me these were human beings, even though they speak a different language and have different customs. The truth is, we all have the same dreams, same desires, the same care for our children and our family. These people were humans, like me, at the core." Words that are certainly sympathetic, but not words to be expected from a man who did what he would eventually do. Regardless of Desert Storm, Tim still wanted to be a fighter, and he still wanted to be in the military. So, after his initial Special Forces selection date got pushed back because he was deployed, he was elated in March when he was asked to return home to try out now. Tim and another guy who was going to selection had a major sign-off on their papers so that they could be chartered on multiple flights to eventually get back to the United States. They had to first report to Fort Riley that they were back and then drive to North Carolina to go to the selection camp. Sure, there was a ceasefire and everyone was working in the direction of heading home. Since Tim was asked to return early for selection, he was one of the first combat veterans to make it back to the United States. When he was on one of his flights within the United States, a stewardess told the pilot that there were a couple of veterans on board. And the pilot made an announcement thanking Timothy McVeigh for his service to his country. And several people stood up in the plane to come shake his hand and thank him for what he did. Eventually, Tim makes it to selection and immediately sees that he is in over his head. So selection requires things like swims in your full army fatigues and boots, and long, heavyweight rucks, sometimes totaling over 100 miles. Far more difficult than anything that Tim had seen in basic training. And maybe if he had gone to selection when he had originally prepared to, he would have made it. But coming straight to selection after his months in the Gulf War, he was in his worst condition. His muscles were exhausted. He had been on food rations for months at this point. On the first day of selection, the commander realized that several of the Gulf War veterans were performing far more poorly compared to people who had just been at a military base and then joined selection. So after the first day, the commander made a very rare offer. He brought several of the Gulf War veterans together and said that they could defer their selection to a future date when they were more physically capable. However, many of the veterans didn't want to get special treatment, and they all collectively agreed to continue selection. Well, it was on the second day that Tim realized he wasn't going to make it. His psychological evaluation went fine, but as soon as they started the physical evaluations, he began to fall apart. He had his slowest run times in years. He became exhausted far quicker on these long-distance rucks. His feet became covered in blisters that began bleeding during the beginning of his run, and he realized he wasn't going to make it. So him and one other veteran at the end of the second day went to the commander and said that they need to step out, that they're just not cut out. Now, according to Tim, the commander said that he understood, he appreciated them, and said that they could try out at a future date. Now, under any other condition, I would say that this is bullcrap. Selection is infamous for being an incredibly hard course to get into and an impossible course to get back into. You're told when you're allowed to show up and try out, and if you don't make it, you don't make it, and there's no second chance. I mean, the whole point is to push people to their breaking limits to see who will break in a field setting. And units like this are tasked to do some of the hardest jobs the country has. If someone can't make it through selection, then you definitely don't want them in a situation where they won't make it through a real engagement. Outside of this, I have never heard of an instance of someone in selection being offered the chance to come back later. However, it's not impossible if, as apparently confirmed by the authors of the book, the commander did give the veterans the option to defer their selection. So maybe Tim was told he could come back later, or maybe, and the reason I bring this up, this could be the first in a series of lies Tim would go on to tell. There would be a lot of things he would tell people like his sister Jennifer to exaggerate his time in the service or exaggerate his level of importance. Not that he would overtalk his role in Desert Storm, but he would uptalk things that came after, the things the government asked him to do. That will become apparent with later statements that we'll get into, but for now, it's very possible that Tim dropped out, and he simply dropped out, and then he told people that the commander respected him and gave him the option to come back later. Either way, Tim was now out of selection, and his eventual dream to be a Green Beret was now shattered. But that wasn't the only thing that was beginning to break. After his experience in Desert Storm, his faith in the military, his faith in what he was doing, wavered as well. After seeing the things he didn't know if he still wanted to be a gun for the government. Sure, he liked the idea of defending the United States, but not if that's what defense looks like. And after returning to Fort Riley, he became more and more retracted from Army life. He was still an excellent gunner, but he did things like moved off base, spent less time hanging out with Army buddies. By the end of 1991, McVeigh's Army contract was almost up, but he was given an offer. The commander of Fort Riley asked McVeigh to be his personal gunner. He was to be the Bradley gunner of the commander himself. This would mean promotions, this would mean a pay raise, this would mean more connections with higher members of the military. If Tim wanted to stay in the military and forge a pretty successful career, he certainly could have. But at this point, Tim couldn't bring himself to be in the Army any longer. He declined his commander's offer, and when the contract was up, left the Army. He drove back to his hometown of Pendleton, New York, and hoped that he could begin his life anew. He hoped that his time in the Army would help him with employers, and that he could forge a direction in whatever career path he wanted. Sadly for Tim, however, reality had a different plan. After getting back to Pendleton, Tim had problems finding a job. He thought his time in the service would be similar to a college diploma, but it was not. Simply, no one was hiring, not even factory jobs with good pay like his father had. The only job that would take him was another security company, Burn Security, where he effectively worked as a rent-a-cop, doing security gigs for concerts or overnight at buildings, but the pay was low. So to supplement it, Tim joined the National Guard, joining the National Guard's 174th Infantry about 15 minutes from his house. Before he joined the Army, McVeigh was stuck. He was doing the same thing over and over, and that led to frustration, it led to depression, and it led to hatred. Now, after all of his time in the Army, having experienced the things he did, growing more bitter and more hateful, he was now back working a security job and back in the military. He felt stuck, and because of that, he began to resent people around him who were happy with their condition that seemed to match his. He didn't get along with other people at the security office. He didn't get along with people in the National Guard. By early 1992, he had nowhere to go and was all the more hateful because of it. It's around this time he really started to fall back into his old ideations, only now more intently. Ideas that his freedoms were being eroded from him, ideas that the government had it out for common guys like him. And from here, he began to write letters about his ideas to journals, to congressmen. One of those letters was published in the Union Sun and Journal on February 11th of 1992. In his letter to be published, Tim wrote, "Prisons are overcrowded, so they know they will not be in prison long. This breeds more crime in an escalating cyclic pattern. Taxes are a joke. Regardless of what a political candidate promises, they will increase. More taxes are always the answer to government mismanagement. If they mess up, we suffer. Taxes are reaching cataclysmic levels with no slowdown in sight. The American dream of the middle class has all but disappeared, substituted with people struggling just to buy next week's groceries. Heaven forbid the car breaks down. Politicians are further eroding the American dream by passing laws which are supposed to be a quick fix, when all they are really designed for is to get the official reelected. These laws tend to dilute a problem for a while until the problem comes roaring back in a worsened form, much like a strain of bacteria will alter itself to defeat a known medication. Politicians are out of control. Their yearly salaries are more than an average person will see in a lifetime. If been entrusted with the power to regulate their own salaries and have grossly violated that trust to live in luxury. Racism on the rise? You better believe it. Is this America's frustrations venting themselves? Is it a valid frustration? Who's to blame for the mess? At a point when the world has seen communism falter as an imperfect system to manage people, democracy seems to be headed down the same road. No one else has seen the big picture. Maybe we have to combine ideologies to achieve the perfect utopian government. Remember, government-sponsored healthcare was a communist idea. Should only the rich be allowed to live longer? Does that say that because a person is poor, he's a lesser human being and doesn't deserve to live as long because he doesn't wear a tie to work? What is it going to take to open the eyes of our elected officials? America is in serious decline. We have no proverbial tea to dump. Should we instead sink a ship full of Japanese imports? Is a civil war imminent? Do we have to shed blood to reform the current system? I hope it doesn't come to that, but it might. Many of these letters were written in response to stories he would see in the paper. For example, there was one story he read about a woman who was charged for carrying mace in her purse, and he wrote a letter about how people should be allowed to defend themselves and how it's ridiculous that a woman would get in trouble for trying to do so. At one point, Tim tried to join the United States Marshals. He tested highly on all the exams and seemed qualified for the job, but he didn't get the position. When he didn't get it, he blamed this on racial quotas, saying that he was discriminated against for being a white man, that perhaps if he was a minority, they would have given him the job to check off a box. Again, as problems continued to arise in his life, the solution was always an outside source. There were legitimate frustrations, but his target of those frustrations tended to be other people. For a few weeks, he got a job at a local gun shop, a kind of job that you would think would be perfect for Tim. But he had a lot of issues with one of the other employees there, and rather than trying to squash it, he just quit. He was working long hours for the security company, sometimes as much as 80 hours a week, and the exhaustion was getting to him. He spent all of his free time laying around the house, his dad's house, mostly sleeping on the couch. He became more belligerent at work and was reported for yelling at people. All of this was getting to him, and it led to a breakdown one night. He woke up and ran out of his father's house, wearing just sweatpants with no socks or shirt. He drove to the one person who he had found comfort with consistently throughout his life, his grandfather. He ran into his grandfather's house, shirtless and in a panic. His grandfather asked if something had happened, and Tim said he couldn't talk about it. His grandfather said he didn't have to, and he let Tim sleep in his bed while his grandfather left the home. Of this moment, Tim would later say that he was considering suicide. He saw no future plan for his life and decided that living was too hard to get through. The thing that stopped him was how miserable it would make his grandfather, especially if he did it in his grandfather's home. He eventually left and never explained to his grandfather why he came over in such desperation. The psychiatrist who eventually evaluated McVeigh said that McVeigh certainly suffered from PTSD. When asked why he never sought psychological help after his time in the Army, McVeigh said that he lost interest after he realized the Army wouldn't pay for it. McVeigh was struggling to put any money together, and he couldn't afford a psychiatrist, and the government, it seems, wasn't willing to front all the money for one. Years later, when talking about this period of his life, McVeigh would say, "You've seen the extremes, experienced the ultimate highs, lows, and realities. Who gives a shit about conversation about the weather, or about who's late for work, or who stubbed their toe? The daily grind all of a sudden has gotten much more intolerable. Normal coffee pot conversations become intolerably boring. You separate yourself from these encounters and from people to escape. Who wants to settle down, get married, buy a house, go to work 9 to 5 back home? Back to the same old trivialities at home, get up the next day, back to the same old job. It's all just so routine." After the incident at his grandfather's home, Tim saw that he needed to do something. He was losing his mind and had to try anything to get back a little bit of enjoyment from his day-to-day life. So he just tried to do things that he used to enjoy. There was a farmer who lived nearby who, when Tim was a young boy, him and his friends would go hunt woodchucks on the farmer's property to try to help him with his woodchuck problem. So Tim hits the farmer up and asks if he can shoot some more woodchucks, and the farmer's more than happy to oblige him. Tim goes out there, sees a woodchuck in its hole, and shoots it, only injuring it, and then, in the animal's injury, puts it down. After this, Tim just went home, and the incident sat with him for days. Tim had always been a lover of animals, but had no problem killing animals for food or for pest control. But now, even that weighed heavy on him. He couldn't get the idea of killing anything out of his mind. In March, he would write...
All right, good night. I'll leave it. I could So it's at, I didn't see when that was. It's at the hour and 5 minute mark. So I'm just going to take a screenshot.
Another letter to the news talking about how inhumane slaughterhouse conditions are. How if humans had any dignity, they would hunt, kill their own food, wild animals that have had a chance to live, as opposed to the slaughterhouse process of industrialized killing. Every issue sat heavy with him, and every issue had its own extreme beliefs that Tim was diehard in his sentiment. And Tim was witness to several different extremes in opinion. At one point, while working his security guard job, he was stationed across the street where a pro-life rally was happening. Well, pro-life rally is kind of a light way of putting it. There was a group of protesters charging a building where a doctor who performed abortions was working. Tim would have been considered pro-choice. He always believed in a woman's freedom, because everything goes back to freedom with him, a woman's freedom to choose to have an abortion. But he equally believed it was the people's freedom to protest and I guess attack a doctor in a clinic. Which it should be noted, because I've seen some sources report in both directions, Tim was not religious. His parents were Catholic and he was confirmed at a young age, but at this point in his life, Tim did not believe in God. So while he had very traditionally conservative opinions when it came to things like firearms and personal liberties, he had what would be considered more leftist or liberal opinions when it came to things like abortion. Really, he just didn't want him or anyone else being told what to do in whatever that looked like. But similar to earlier in Tim's life, all of this was still nebulous. He had very strong opinions about everything from obviously the military and government to hunting to protesting to abortions. But all of this really amounted to nothing. It's not like he had friends to debate these ideas with or an outlet to talk about them other than writing to newspapers. Tim needed the thing that he began to find before he ever joined the army. Tim needed an enemy, something he could direct all of his life's frustrations and hatred towards. And in the summer of 1992, he found it. See, at this point, Tim was full bore talking to his sister and anyone who would stand near him long enough at the security job about everything from Rockefeller family conspiracies to the United States currency and why it doesn't matter. Anything that was negative against the government or against individual freedoms, he talked about ad nauseum, that being an historical event or a conspiracy theory. Well, it seems many of his paranoias were made reality in August of 1992 when the Ruby Ridge incident took place. Now, I have an entire video on this channel about Ruby Ridge. So I'm not going to go into a ton of detail on that here. If you're interested, it'll be linked in the description. The short version is a man named Randy Weaver lived in a remote part of Idaho with his family when he was entrapped by an ATF agent for sawing a barrel off of 2 shotguns, which is a federal crime. Due to, depending on how you ask, issues with the court or Randy's own protest, he did not come to court and a warrant was issued for his arrest. U.S. Marshals approached the Weaver cabin and were outed by the family dog, to which the agents, not identifying themselves, shot the dog and were then fired upon by Randy's son and friend. In the ensuing gunfight, a U.S. Marshal was killed, as was Randy's 14-year-old son. This led to a long standoff between the FBI and the Weaver family. Eventually, an FBI sniper, while firing at Randy's friend running back into the cabin, shot through the house and killed Randy's wife, Vicky, as Vicky was holding their baby daughter. Federal siege ended with a mother and her son killed and 1 U.S. Marshal killed as well. Again, all over the barrel length of 2 shotguns. This was all of the concerns that Tim had been talking about up until his life at this point, made manifest. The government wants to take your guns. The government is going to kill you if they can't take them, and they're going to do whatever they can to beat you into compliance. And it seems in 1992, that exact scenario unfolded in Idaho. For really the first time in Tim's life, the real world had an overlap with his ideas. This hypothetical concept he had been preaching for years became reality. No longer did Tim have so much hatred for himself. Now, he could point his hatred at them. He had already done so for some time, but now there was no reason to hold back. Tim's father, Bill, said that as they watched coverage of the event, that Tim would scream and shout and throw things at the television. He talked about how this was an affront to the country, how it was a disgrace to everything the forefathers had put in place. From here, Tim began to obsess more and more about this case and other government conspiracies about oppression and control. Around this time, through the security company, he was assigned to a company called Calspan, a high-tech research company near Buffalo, New York. After seeing documents lying on a table, Tim became convinced that Calspan was participating in something called Operation North Star. He didn't know what it was, but from some text documents he saw, he believed it was some secret government operation to move drugs into the country and to potentially corroborate with terrorist or criminal groups. He began to talk about these ideas with the other security guard.
All right, let me check this out. Blade is still alive. Blade is drunk as fuck. That's funny as fuck. Okay, back to this.
It's on post with Carl E. LeBron. Tim would talk at length about how the government's planning something and about how people need to be prepared to stop it. At one point, he told Carl that it'd be pretty easy for a couple of guys to steal weapons from a military base. In conversation, Carl would always be casual and kind to Tim, but he became worried that Tim was planning something. So Carl began bringing a tape recorder to work and secretly recording their conversations. Again, not really with an outlet for these ideas, Tim began to seek out people who he thought would agree with his growing hatred of the government and the growing need to be prepared for what they might do. And the first on his list was Terry Nichols. After Terry left, to take care of his son Josh, which she only did sparingly so, Terry went even more full bore in his distrust of the government, but just in a different way from where Tim went. Terry and his brother James became full bore sovereign citizens. which I also have a whole video on this channel talking about sovereign citizens. So if you're interested in that, again, link in the description. The short version is sovereign citizens believe that the United States is effectively a corporation that is allowed to rule over people within the United States because of their assumed control, and that by simply not participating in their game, one can remove themselves from the control of the government. And Terry did all the typical sovereign citizen shticks. He renounced his citizenship. He began to file checks as for credit, saying it comes out of his secret bank account that is based off evaluations by the United States government, effectively owning him as a commodity. And he's now able to draw from that, and not caring about his driver's license, and the typical spiel. Terry had also, after divorcing from his first wife, got a second wife named Marif through a mail order bride system out of the Philippines. When he met Marif was pregnant with another man's child, but Terry didn't mind and married her anyway. So in 1992, Tim met up again with Terry, his son Josh, Terry's wife Marif, and her infant child Jason. While Tim was certainly fired up about government overreach, he was also fired up about his usual shtick of being generally reckless. He was still driving like a maniac, but he was also acting like a maniac with his money. As mentioned, he used to be proficient in playing poker and winning money gambling in that sense, but now he had gotten into sports betting. Got to the point in the 1993 Super Bowl, he bet $1,000 on the Buffalo Bills beating the Dallas Cowboys, of which they did not do by a lot. Shortly after this, coincidentally, Tim decided that the taxes in New York State were too high, and he was going to begin the search for a free state, or at least what he determined as a free state, that he could live in at peace. What this really amounted to was couch hopping from friend to friend over the next several years. In February of 1993, while he was staying in Florida, Tim got a call from his father. It was a letter from the Army saying that Tim had been overpaid $1,058. While he was in the Army, Tim noticed these collective overpayments over time, but for one, figured that he was owed it, and two, figured they wouldn't come looking for it. Well, sure enough, with this letter, the Army wanted their money back, and Tim reacted as you could imagine. In a letter he sent to the Defense Department, Tim said, quote, "I've received your notice informing me of my debt owed to you, as well as your threat of referring me to the Justice Department, Big Brother. In all honesty, I cannot even dream of repaying you the $1,000 which you say I owe. In fact, I can barely afford my monthly rent. Assets? The only thing I own of any value is my car, a 1987 Chevrolet Geo Spectrum. If you really want the car, go ahead and seize it. My car is my only way to get to work to support myself, but I guess that's all irrelevant to you. Go ahead, take everything I own. Take my dignity. Feel good as you grow fat and rich at my expense, sucking my tax dollars of property, tax dollars which justify your existence and pay your federal salary. Do you get it? By doing your evil job, you put me out of work." I'm pretty sure he ended up never repaying that $1,058. Imagine that. And the money was just passed through collections and collections for a couple years before, Tim did the thing that made pretty much everyone forget about the $1,000. However, 2 weeks after he sent this letter, an event would happen that would undoubtedly be the most impactful for Tim's future direction. Sure, Tim had a lot of hate, and a lot of that, especially after Ruby Ridge, was directed towards the authorities, but he wasn't planning any definitive course of action yet. It was all just passing out literature and evangelizing his hatred of the state. What made him begin a plan of action was the events of February 28th, when the siege in Waco, Texas began. Now, I also, for the third time in this video, have an entire video about the Waco siege that will once again be linked in the description if you are interested. The short version is a man named David Koresh had a cult of people known as the Branch Davidians in Waco, Texas. Multiple people had problems with the Branch Davidians, and there were several reports of them manufacturing guns illegally, even though they had a legitimate gun business that did manufacture weapons legally. People thought there were other weapons that were illegal at the same site as the legal ones, but I digress. Eventually, the ATF suspected them of building explosives, so they launched a full-scale siege on the compound. This led to a gunfight in which both sides say the other side shot first. And the gunfight created a 51-day-long siege in Waco, Texas. David Koresh agreed to come out after he was done typing up his final revelation from God or whatever, but the FBI decided he was taking too long, and they attacked the building with tanks and CS gas. At some point, the building caught fire. Again, both sides accused the other of being the one to start the fire. And in the ensuing fire, the complex that was filled with multiple families burned to the ground. In the fire, a total of 76 Branch Davidians were killed, 25 of which were children. Now, the explosive end of the Waco standoff had not happened yet, but the introduction to it was all Tim needed to get riled up. And I want to clarify, in both my videos about Ruby Ridge and Waco, I was heavily critical of the government's actions at both locations. And I still stand completely by everything I said in those videos. I think that the government's actions were a travesty. I think regardless of the evil or perceived evil of people like Randy Weaver and David Koresh, that does not justify the murder of, women and children. Controversial, I know. And I think there was so much that could have done better to save people's lives in both situations. And I think the government absolutely deserves all of the criticism that it got for those instances. However, for me, and again, 99% of people, that's where it ends. Criticism, seeking justice, and hoping this kind of event does not happen again. And in some rare occasions, seeking out punishment for the parties involved. Snipers like Lon Horiuchi, who took the shot that killed Randy's wife, Vicki Weaver. For Tim, this was more fuel on a fire that had been burning for some time. See, his solution for this wasn't reform the system. It wasn't find these bad actors, get them out of there, and make things better in the future. For Tim, it was the whole thing is rotten. So eventually, the whole thing has to come down. Myself and Tim would probably agree on a lot of our takeaways from how those two standoffs went. What we would not agree on is the retaliation. When the Waco standoff began, a bunch of members of the press and protesters came to try to dissuade the government from committing any violent actions against the Branch Davidians. And Timothy McVeigh drove from Florida to Waco, Texas to voice his concern. He showed up and on the hood of his car sold anti-government bumper stickers with taglines like, "When guns become outlawed, I'll become an outlaw." And while Tim McVeigh was there, a student from the Southern Methodist University interviewed him for her school paper. Tim only stayed for a day, selling bumper stickers and then going home to keep up with the developing story as it happened. Over the next several weeks, he made plans to return and would eventually prepare to do just that. It was also around this time that Tim began making money on the gun show circuit. Gun shows, for those unfamiliar with the American practice, are these events that will be held in cities or towns where a large venue will be rented out for the purpose of effectively a large gun shop. Several gun shops and individuals can show up and place tables where they can sell goods, normally in relation to firearms, ammunition, or military/survivalist gear. Tim had begun making money by trading for guns and then modifying them and selling them at succeeding gun shows. He also sold a lot of his literature and bumper stickers. During these gun shows, he would make a lot of contacts that would become contentious in the trials and speculation that would follow. As mentioned, Tim was just looking for people that hated the government and any other skeletons they had in their closet or, in a lot of people's cases, on their front lawn, didn't matter. It's also around this time that Tim reignited contact with an old friend of his from the Army, Michael Fortier. Michael was at Fort Benning with Tim and Terry and was even transferred to Fort Riley with them as well. Michael was also very anti-government, but a lot of that anti-government notion came from the fact that he smoked marijuana and did crystal meth. So he was already fired up over the United States prohibitions around things like drugs. So when Tim at Fort Riley started to offer him a bunch of anti-government literature, Michael ate it up. Michael and Tim would talk at length about the New World Order and how a future rule of oppressors would attempt to take guns and rights away from the American population. Michael had also been keeping up with the news, and things like Ruby Ridge and Waco had him more fired up than ever. Michael and his girlfriend Lori lived in Kingman, Arizona, so anytime Tim was out west, he would normally stop by. Well, during his time in the military, Tim had been staunchly anti-drug, but now with not a lot of direction in life and a lot of growing hatred, he decided to experiment with drugs while he was with Michael. He didn't like weed, but he liked the high he got off of meth, and he liked feeling hyperactive and being able to do a bunch of projects. But ultimately, he realized that if he kept doing it, it would become a problem, so Tim only briefly experimented with drugs with Michael before stopping. He stayed a few weeks with Michael before he drove back to Michigan to be with Terry Nichols on his farm. While there, he made friends with a lot of Nichols' friends, other farmers around the area, and at one point him and these friends began to experiment with explosives. Now Tim, having served in the military and as a Bradley gunner, was no stranger to explosives. But now they were experimenting with homemade bombs made out of household materials. Most of these were done just for fun, and a lot of neighbors complained about it, as you can imagine. But like with many things in Tim's life, it laid potential groundwork for what would come later. During the month following his visit to Waco, the Waco siege continued to amp up. Tim and Terry had decided that perhaps if a bunch of protesters showed up and got in the way of the Davidians and the ATF and FBI, maybe the siege would end. So Terry and Tim had made a plan to go down there in front of the cameras and stage a protest. On the morning of April the 19th, Tim was outside working on his car, preparing for this trip back to Waco, when someone ran out onto the front porch and yelled at Tim, "Come inside, it's on fire." Tim runs into the house and, standing in the living room of the Nichols farm, he watches the Waco compound go up in flames. Tim and Terry were shouting. They were furious. Tim began crying. They both knew that there was women and children in that building, and they both knew what that fire and not a lot of people running out meant. As mentioned, a lot of people died that day, including 25 children. Tim not only saw this as an act of government overreach, but an act of lawful execution. He saw the same thing that I mentioned in my video about Waco, that as soon as the Branch Davidian flag fell off of the flagpole, the ATF ran their flag up the pole. That image and the lack of remorse at what the government did, remorse that wouldn't be seen publicly until nearly a decade later, changed him that day. And honestly, that day is probably the biggest contributor to what Tim would eventually do. See, no longer was he a guy trying to convert others to the cause or get ready for when Big Brother strikes. As far as he was concerned, this was the first punch. Now, he was in a fight. And from that moment on, Timothy McVeigh did not consider himself a man preparing for war. He considered himself a soldier at war. And over the months that follow, he would develop a plan of action. This was even seen in his behavior at gun shows. No longer was he just selling bumper stickers and quotes from the founding fathers. Now, he was selling things like ATF hats with bullet holes in them, or bumper stickers with Lon Horiuchi's home address, hoping that someone would assassinate him. As far as he was concerned, the attack at Waco was an attack against him, so to attack back would just be defense. At a lot of the popular gun shows, it's common to see the same faces time and time again. One of the faces that Tim had developed a relationship with was a man named Roger Moore. Roger Moore was a pretty successful businessman who now, after making a lot of his wealth, would travel these gun shows and sell weapons that he and his wife had put together. Tim developed a relationship with Roger and would even help him sell guns from his table. At one point, Roger Moore had begun selling grenade launchers, repurposed to civilian flare launchers. Tim was selling these launchers to people at a gun show and openly stating that you could use them to shoot down helicopters. During one of these gun shows, an undercover cop, who Tim knew was an undercover cop, came up to ask about the launchers, and the conversation went as follows. "What could you use these for?" the undercover detective asked at a Phoenix area gun show. "Well, those helicopters," McVeigh said. "The ATF bastards, these guys are civilian pilots, and they've never seen anything like this in front of them." "Isn't that illegal?" the customer asked. "Listen," McVeigh answered with an air of confidence, 37 millimeters is legal, and as long as there's only 1¼ ounces of propellant and the barrel is not twisted. To anyone, even cops, Tim is openly talking about the best ways to kill federal agents. While he was at one gun show, he saw a t-shirt for sale. On the front was a picture of Abraham Lincoln with the text, "Sic semper tyrannis," thus ever to tyrants. Words that John Wilkes Booth said after he shot Abraham Lincoln. And on the back of the shirt was a tree dripping with blood and a quote from Thomas Jefferson that read, "The tree of liberty must be refreshed from time to time with the blood of patriots and tyrants." Tim bought this shirt, and it was the same shirt he would wear on that fateful day in 1995. Tim was eating up everything he could about the Waco story. He was listening to 911 calls. He was gathering tapes of the Branch Davidians that they had tried to send to the press before they were killed. He saw the documentary Waco, The Big Lie, which is a pretty biased and at times inaccurate telling of the Waco account, but a telling that fell in line with Tim's beliefs. Tim began to make home videos by splicing information from the documentary and information from the tapes and footage of the siege itself, and then sell those at gun shows as well. It was also around this time that his family, who already saw him becoming more and more erratic over time, saw him becoming much more erratic. While he was away, he would have Terry Nichols drive to his home back in New York and get things from his dad's place. And Terry would say things like, "Oh, Tim's in good hands. He's with Michael Fortier," who Tim's dad had never heard of. Anytime that Tim had a moment to talk to anyone, he talked about Waco. He talked about how evil the state is and how someone needed to do something about it. Every time he would visit home, he would play one of his tapes to try to further radicalize his family against the government. His father, Bill, understood why Waco was a bad thing, and he felt a lot of his son's anger, but not nearly to the degree that Tim did. And his younger sister, Jennifer, loved her older brother and was sympathetic to a lot of his feelings, but she in no way reflected the same level of anger, even if she agreed with Tim that the government had done wrong. But to Tim, anyone who wasn't willing to fight was someone in the way, and as time went on, he began to retract further and further from his family. He would change his answering machine to different patriotic quotes and quotes about fighting against evil governments. He was so emboldened that while working his security job, he showed his supervisor one of the tapes he had made and gave him a pamphlet he had made about Waco and why the government's evil. A job that he was taking more and more time off of as he became, for one, more dedicated in this current path he was taking, and was also just making money at gun shows. At one gun show he was at with Roger Moore, him and Moore got into a fight. Tim had showed up that day and volunteered to work the table, and a cop had walked by, and as soon as the cop made his way past the booth, Tim ran him down and began to talk very belligerently to him about Waco, trying to convince this cop that the government's evil and that if the cop's not careful, he's, going to also be considered evil. When he came back, Moore and Tim got into a huge fight, but Tim felt like he hadn't done anything wrong. He was just telling the good word, the truth as he saw it, that people needed to know. Roger Moore agreed with a lot of Tim's political beliefs against the United States government and beliefs of Waco being wrong. But Moore had something to lose. He had a wife, he had a business, and he didn't want Tim endangering those things. So the next day at the gun show, he told Tim not to come back. As with everything else in Tim's life, this is a grudge that he would not forget. At one point, Tim had tried to start a militia out of Michigan at the Nichols property, but felt that he couldn't find enough people with a righteous fury like his own. It was around this time in his letters to Jennifer that a lot of his lying about his position in life began. And on October 20th of 1993, he sent her a letter that had some pretty troubling content. In this letter, he told his sister that he was in urgent need for someone in the family to understand him. This is in the midst of a lot of communication about how terrible the government is and about how someone needs to do something. And in an attempt to justify his position on the government, Tim said this. Now, here's what led to my current life. It all revolves around my arrival at Fort Bragg for Special Forces. We all took intelligence, psychological, adeptness, and a whole battery of other tests out of a group of 400. One day in formation, 10 social security numbers were called out, no names, and told to leave formation. Mine was one. The 10 of us were told that out of the select group of 400, we had scored highest on certain tests. We had been selected because of our intelligence, physical makeup, 165 pounds, 6 feet, being ultimate warrior type. I was only slightly off, 160 pounds, 6', 1.5", and physical abilities. We were to feel special, part of a hand-picked group. We were all asked to volunteer. Talk about peer pressure, to do some, quote, work for the government on the domestic as well as international front. What I learned next, both from the briefings and from the questions and private talks included, 1, we would be helping the CIA fly drugs into the U.S. to fund many covert operations. 2, military consultants were to work hand in hand with civilian police agencies to quiet anyone whom we deemed a security risk. We would be government-paid assassins. 3, many other details. To verify these last two, see the enclosed article or watch again the movie Lethal Weapon. It also gives you new insight to things like Waco, etc. They were murdered by hitmen. Now, there are a lot of conspiracies around McVeigh and the Oklahoma City bombing, and this is one of the big ones. Several people will say that Timothy McVeigh was sheep-dipped. Sheep-dipped is a term that alludes to the idea that American soldiers who are selected for these special programs will publicly leave the Army when in reality they are now working a more covert or important undercover mission. It's called sheep dipped because it's like the soldier is dipped in the cloak of a sheep to disguise that they are a wolf. Now, I am not saying that the government has never done that. If you've watched a lot of my videos, you probably know that I think the government's capable of really anything. But there are a lot of things that lead me to believe Timothy McVeigh was not one of these guys. For one, agents who do get drafted to missions like that, where they go total gray man and they're doing these super high security missions completely on their own with maybe a handler to contact from time to time, those guys are trusted with really the highest level of security clearance and knowledge that any soldier could have. I mean, they have knowledge to secret operations that the government cannot trust the military to do, even elite groups of the military who are used to things like secret missions, because allegedly these guys are doing operations the government cannot be tied to. Obviously, that kind of person has to be the most full-bore, stand for the flag, support the government, whatever the cost kind of guy, right? Timothy McVeigh was reading the Turner Diaries before he even enlisted. He says that he supposedly was recruited to this program out of the Special Forces selection. You know, before you go to the trial that determines if you're cut out for Special Forces. Which wouldn't it make sense to pull these guys from the Special Forces instead of like the trial for the Special Forces? But he didn't even make it to selection until after he was in Desert Storm. And before he was in Desert Storm, he was getting into trouble at Fort Riley for trying to wear a white power t-shirt. I don't think the government for this super black ops level operation would use a guy who had a KKK membership for a month. While in prison, McVeigh would say that he told his sister this because he was trying to convince her of how terrible the government is. And even though it was a lie, he felt justified in it to get his point across. But a lot of people now will allege that Tim was a secret agent and the OKC bombing was part of a false flag operation, without most of them knowing that the source of that claim is a letter Tim sent to his sister to try to convince her that the government was bad. Which also, I feel like this goes without saying, if Tim was doing those things, you know, being a secret agent to traffic drugs into the country and assassinate people and eventually blow up a building, I feel like that kind of agent wouldn't write his sister that all of those things are real and he was asked to do them, and then just add at the end that he declined to do it, but also gave her details about what specifically he would be doing if he hypothetically was doing it, which he isn't. Anyway, this goes to show the mindset that Tim was in at the time. Any lie or action against the government is justified because of 25 dead kids in Waco. Around this time, on November 22nd of 1993, Tim was awoken in the middle of the night at the Nichols home. He was awoken because Mareef was freaking out. She was freaking out because her 2-year-old son Jason had suffocated. He was asleep in a room with a plastic bag, and at some point in the night had got the bag stuck around his face and had tragically choked to death on it. Tim attempted CPR and they called an ambulance, but sadly it was too late. After the funeral, Tim would overhear Mareef telling a family member that she thinks Tim or Terry suffocated the young Jason. Now, by all accounts, Terry had always had a positive relationship to Jason. Even though he wasn't his biological father, he still took care of him. And Tim had seemed to always like kids and would play with Jason a lot. There isn't a lot of evidence, or really any evidence, that either of the two men would have wanted to hurt Jason. Considering where Tim would wind up, I'm not really willing to put any action. Certainly clears like government agents and people around them.
Damn it. Yeah, I don't know what I just did, but I exited the stream and went right back, and it said you're live again. Like, so did it pause? I've never done that before. I don't usually test that stuff. Let me find out real quickly what's going on. Done that before. I don't usually
willing to put any action. Certainly clears like government agents and people
just
around
comes
them.
Right back. Okay. All right, there we go. I think that fixed it. I was so confused for a second.
Think he thought that the 2-year-old Jason was a federal informant. Probably. Eventually, Marif dropped this idea and continued to live with Terry, but this was an accusation that would make its way back through the press after the bombing. Also, at some point before the bombing in 1994, apparently, like while Terry was away, Tim had an affair with Marif. It was like on a few occasions, and according to Tim, they were both happy with it, and he didn't really resent her for it or whatever, and I guess she didn't resent him. But like, you're living in your bro's house and you just sleep with his wife while he's gone. He killed 168 people. I guess I shouldn't be surprised, but it's just like, what does that accomplish in your war against the federal government? At this point in his life, it's clear that Tim was far removed from the plucky young kid who just wanted to do good before he joined the army. Now he was a man at war, and anything that he could take for himself in the midst of that war was just the spoils, I guess. I don't know if Terry ever found out about that. He eventually found out about it because it was like circulated in the news and stuff, but I don't know if he found out about it before the bombing. But the fact there was no big fallout between them before the bombing, which again, I'm not even sure if he knew that was happening. The fact there was no argument led to a lot of newspapers to report that they had like a voluntary arrangement, like Terry had invited Tim to sleep with his wife, and all three of them were just really cool with that, which I don't think that was necessarily the case. But either way, I could only imagine for the news, like in the wake of the bombing, finding out all of these things about all of these people at once, it had to be a lot. Tim would continue to write letters to Jennifer. In one of them on Christmas Eve of 1993, he said, quote, "In the past, you would see the news and see a bank robbery and judge him a criminal. Federal Reserve and the banks are the real criminals. So where's the crime in getting even? I guess if I reflect, it's sort of a Robin Hood thing, and our government is the evil king." In February of 1994, Tim goes back to live with Michael in Kingman, Arizona. Not long after, he goes to a gun show where he again runs into Roger Moore. Tim goes to Roger and tries to patch up their relationship, but Roger is upset because, as he says, Tim stole his designs for the flare launcher. As Tim describes it, he had seen that a lot of Moore's flare launchers weren't selling, so he had modified them to fire a timed charge. He had basically modified it to where you could light a fuse out of the side of the grenade launcher, so you could fire like a smoke bomb or a firework that had its own fuse. You could shoot it somewhere and then it would go off at that location. Tim argued that he was doing this to try to help Moore sell some of his equipment, but Moore said Tim just took a bunch of his stuff and then started selling it without telling him. And Tim was like, well, I did do that, but I also, told them they could buy them from you, or they could buy ammo from you. So really, I'm the victim in this. But it furthered his disdain with Moore that would come to fruition some years later. Speaking of explosives, while at Michael's home, Tim had graduated from making homemade bombs with chemicals in Michigan to now building things like pipe bombs and setting them off at Michael's property. Actually, small correction, he didn't have the conversation with Moore at a gun show. He had driven to Moore's house in Arkansas that Moore had invited him to previously to try to patch things up, and that's where the accusation of stealing the flare launcher design came from. I mention that not only to make sure my facts are straight, but also because the fact Tim knew where Moore lived will matter later. Tim had also began renting a house near Michael's in Arizona, and Michael would visit the house and say that his house was more akin to a bunker. No decorations on the walls, just loaded guns in every corner. Also because the fact Tim knew where Moore lived will matter later. Tim had also began renting a house near Michael's in Arizona, and Michael would visit the house and say that his house was more akin to a bunker. No decorations on the walls, just loaded guns in every corner, and a stockpile of lumber in the backyard that he used as a bullet trap so he could practice shooting. After all, he was a man at war, and this was his command post. In 1994, Tim got a call from his dad that his grandfather, Ed, was in the hospital, and he may not have much longer left. So Tim flew home to see his grandfather, and the way their interaction and his interaction with his father played out really gives a testament to how far Tim has come. On page 150 of American Terrorist, it says, quote, "Ever since his breakdown at Ed McVeigh's house, Tim had wanted to find a way to put his grandfather at ease. Now, at last, the opportunity to explain his behavior seemed within his grasp. The visit itself proved anticlimactic. McVeigh had been hoping for a long, deep discussion with his grandfather, but Ed had a roommate, which made for an awkward situation. There was no way McVeigh could open up with a stranger lying within earshot. He tried to salvage the visit, producing a video from Desert Storm detailing the role his unit had played in the war. If he couldn't bear his soul to his beloved grandfather, he certainly could try to make him proud of his grandson. There was no VCR in Ed's room. Indeed, none available to patients at all. Just seeing his grandfather would have to be satisfaction enough. Back at Bill McVeigh's Campbell Boulevard home, McVeigh tried to show his father another video, this one about Waco, but Bill refused to watch. He wasn't interested. When Tim was a kid, he had a friend named Steve Hodge, who over the years Tim had stayed in contact with through letters. But as Tim tried to further radicalize Steve towards Tim's point of view, Steve wasn't interested. And as mentioned, Tim's at war now, and he has no time for people who will not be down with the cause. So, in a farewell letter, Tim said, "It also stands to reason that anyone who sympathizes with the enemy or gives aid or comfort to said enemy is likewise guilty. I have sworn to uphold and defend the Constitution against all enemies, foreign or domestic, and I will. And I will because not only did I swear to, but I believe in what it stands for in every bit of my heart, soul, and being. I know in my heart that I am right in my struggle, Steve. I have come to peace with myself, my God, and my cause. Blood will flow in the streets, Steve. Good versus evil. Free men versus socialist wannabe slaves. Pray it is not your blood, my friend." Already we can see the setup for what he would eventually do. Those who even give aid to the people he considers the enemy are themselves guilty. If you remember in that previous letter he sent to the newspaper, he said that he hopes it won't come down to bloodshed, but now he's saying blood will flow. Those who aren't as angry as him are the enemy. They have to be. On July 25th of 1994, Mike and Lori were married, and Timothy McVeigh was Mike's best man. Around this time, Tim was also doing his own reconnaissance from rumors he heard at gun shows. He heard about Area 51, so he hiked up on a mountain near Area 51 and took a bunch of pictures. He was technically on public land, so even though helicopters and guards drove by, he wasn't bothered by this. As a matter of fact, he brought a gun to shoot back if they fired at him. At one point, he heard that there was a UN staging facility in Gulfport, Mississippi. So he drove down to Gulfport to get photographs for himself. He determined it was just some humanitarian effort that was repurposing UN vehicles, but nevertheless, he believed there was credibility to the idea that the UN was staging equipment around the United States in preparation for an eventual takeover. Furthermore, the things that he was selling at these gun shows became more and more alarming. One of the things he began selling was ammonium nitrate. Ammonium nitrate is a popular fertilizer, something basic you can put on the ground to help crop growth. However, for Tim's purposes, ammonium nitrate is also a very powerful accelerant. It contains a lot of oxygen, so when placed in an explosive, it provides a lot of oxygen for the combustion to continue to grow and inflame. So Tim began buying large quantities of ammonium nitrate and then parsing them out into baggies to sell at gun shows for the express purpose of being used in explosives. Obviously, it's illegal to build and sell homemade bombs, but there's nothing illegal about selling fertilizer, and Tim knew that. Tim's paranoia continued to grow when in September of 1994, the Clinton administration passed the assault weapons ban. Most gun legislation is dumb for one reason or the other, and the assault weapons ban is evidence of that. For one, it made it illegal to have a setup like this where the stock and pistol grip are not connected to each other. I guess because an unconnected stock is where the danger comes in. So there had to be a connection point between this and this. There's a lot of regulations around mag capacity and detachable magazines as a whole. And you couldn't have some really weird things like a flash suppressor or, stuff that screws onto the end of the barrel. And bayonet lugs were also outlawed because you can use this lug to attach a knife to the bottom of the gun. So God forbid your shooting thing could also stab people. But of course, to Timothy, this was another part of the government's greater plan. This is just one small step in their eventual goal of completely disarming the public. And at this point, Tim was just full bore doing whatever he could to get guns to people who he thought had a right to have them. So he began doing what's known as straw purchases. A straw purchase is when you purchase a gun with the express purpose to give it to someone else. So it would be like if I went into a gun store and I bought a gun under my name and then I handed it to you out in the parking lot. Although we'd probably not do it in the parking lot because, you don't want them to see that. Now, normally people who need to do straw purchases do that because they have a criminal record or some reason they can't purchase a firearm. But Tim said he completely understood if people just didn't want their names on a registry. So he just bought a ton of guns and then handed them off to the actual interested parties. But straw purchasing in itself is a weird gray area because you can't purchase a gun with the intent to dispose it to someone else, but you can purchase guns for gifts. So, like, a grandfather is allowed to buy his grandson a deer rifle or whatever. So if you buy a gun and then you hand it to someone, the cops would be like, hey, that's illegal. And then you're like, well, it's a gift. And they're like, oh, carry on. It seems that the distinction between them is the cash trade-off. Like, it's a gift if you just hand someone a gun, but not if they give you money for the gun. But you can privately sell firearms to other people, and that's legal. So as long as at the moment of purchase you are not planning to sell it, you're fine. But if you walk out into the parking lot and then decide to sell it, that's also fine. Like I said, gun laws are always dumb. Like, even if you hate firearms and think they need to be outlawed, surely you could agree that this is a weird way to do it. So Tim has an enemy. The enemy has struck first, as he considers Waco, and now they are attempting to disarm him so he can't do anything about it. Someone like Tim, if there was ever a time for action, it's now. So Tim goes to Michael and says that he has a plan of attack, and that attack will be blowing up a federal building. Tim says that Terry Nichols is already in on the operation, and Tim wants to know if Michael's in too. Michael says that he would never do anything like that unless the UN was on his front yard. See, Michael was still gung-ho about hating the government and thinking a new world order was coming and all of that, but he wasn't quite ready to start killing people, as clearly Tim was. Now, I should also clarify that at the end of this, Michael was the only one who got a plea deal. So I don't believe Michael had a direct hand in a lot of the events that would follow. At the very least, he knew about it. And it would also make sense if Michael made himself sound a little bit better to the police. So while in hindsight, he says that he told Tim he didn't want any part of it, you can get...
Oh, I see. A message from the developers. Who's to blame? All right, cool. A little message from the developers for finishing Quasimorph 1.0.
Maybe the actual conversation implied maybe he did, went a little bit, like a little slice of part of it. But either way, for the official record, Mike said he didn't want anything to do with it. But when Tim called a couple weeks later and asked Michael to get a storage facility in Kingman, Michael did look for one before Tim ended up getting one himself. The storage facility would be used to store components of the explosives. At this point, too, Terry Nichols had moved around. He had left the family farm in Michigan and was now living at a house in Kansas. So as Tim traveled back and forth from Arizona to Kansas, it was a much shorter drive than all the way to Michigan. So at this point, as Tim said to Michael, and as he was discussing with Terry, he was full bore ready to build a bomb and blow up a federal building. Just like he had read about in the Turner Diaries all those years ago, he was putting the plan into action. And just like the Turner Diaries, he decided that the best course of action was a car bomb. But the bomb was going to be really big, so more like a truck bomb. There was a lot of components for the bomb he could buy himself, like the ammonium nitrate mentioned earlier and the 55-gallon drums to place the explosives into. But there was also some equipment that he couldn't buy without a permit, so he decided he was just going to steal it. There was a rock quarry in Kansas that had explosives for the purpose of rock blasting. So Tim and Terry broke into it one night and stole a lot of the more sensitive items. Items like blasting caps and Tovex, or blasting gel, things that he would need to get his initial detonation, and then stuff like the fertilizer could take it from there. He took these stolen items and stashed them in the storage facility in Kingman, Arizona. That way, if the Kansas police were looking for them, it would complicate the investigation if the actual stolen goods were a state over. Or, a couple states over. Tim began to take small pieces of the explosives to do test detonations. Both Tim and Michael say that Michael was not present for the testing because he didn't want to be. But to be clear, Michael had clear knowledge of what Tim was planning. Tim had told Michael, hey, I'm going to blow up a federal building. And then began to steal things and use a storage facility near Michael's home to stash the stolen things. And now he was testing smaller versions of what would be the big version. While amassing the components, Tim was also looking for a target. There were several federal buildings across the country that he had scoped out, and he had a list of criteria as to what would qualify a building as a good target. The way a lot of these federal buildings work is there will be a building in a major city that has several different offices within it. So other than a building like the ATF headquarters in Huntington, West Virginia, there will be individual ATF offices at different federal buildings across the country, for example. So the federal building Tim was going to choose had to have two of his three targeted agencies, the ATF, the FBI, or the DEA. The DEA is interesting. I mean, it's obvious why he would target the ATF and the FBI, considering their role in Waco and investigations and arresting people. I guess he assumes the DEA is also responsible of using their power to arrest a lot of people without just cause. And he filtered out a lot of different locations that didn't make the cut. He said he would have blown up the FBI headquarters in DC, but after checking out the property, there was too much security and there was no way he was going to get a truck up to the front door. There was one federal building he checked out that he saw had a floral shop on the first floor, and bizarrely, I guess he considered the floral shop too many civilian casualties. Rich coming from the guy who would do what he did. But eventually he settled on the Alfred P. Murrah building of downtown Oklahoma City. The Alfred P. Murrah location had an ATF office and a DEA office. It also had a Secret Service office, which Tim considered a bonus. Some reports would allege that he targeted the building because Bob Ricks, an FBI agent who was very instrumental in a lot of the events around Waco, was there. But Tim said he found out Bob Ricks was there after he had already picked his target. So similar to the Secret Service, Bob Ricks being there was just another bonus. And he also picked his date, April 19th of 1995, the 2-year anniversary of the Waco fire. He planned to hit the building at 11 a.m. when he said most of the federal workers would be getting ready for lunch. While he considered things like Bob Ricks and the Secret Service office a bonus, I guess other things that were there, like a housing and urban development office and a social security office and a children's daycare were acceptable losses. Granted, Tim would later say that he had no idea a daycare was there when he committed the attack, and that he might have changed his target. At one point, Michael 40A asked, "What about all the people there? People that aren't agents you're trying to kill." To which Tim replied, "Think about the people as if they were stormtroopers in Star Wars. They may be individually innocent, but they are guilty because they work for the evil empire," equating real lives and real people to characters from a movie. He also compared the attack he was about to commit to Hiroshima. Sure, the United States knew that there would be a lot of innocents killed in the blast, but it was to stop a war. It was to stop the death of many others in the future. So it's a hard decision, as he would equate the decision of not taking his rabbit to the vet when he was a child, but a decision that he felt had to be made. Before he settled on the bombing itself, there were a few other plans of attack he had. He was considering finding the addresses of several FBI and ATF agents and just assassinating them. At one point, he considered assassinating Lon Horiuchi's family so that, according to him, he could feel the same pain that he caused the Weaver family when he shot Vicky Weaver. I mean, it's clear at every point that his primary motive was revenge. Dirty for dirty, as Bad Company said. At one point, he considered blowing up the building at night when there would be a minimal number of casualties. But he said the government had infinite money. They could replace a building. If he really wanted to hurt them, it was the people who couldn't be replaced he should target. He also said the Alfred P. Murrah building had a lot of ground around it that you could take photographs from. So there'd be a lot of pictures of the explosion to get his point across. He continued to stockpile pieces for the explosive. Him and Terry Nichols used a calling card, which calling cards were cards that were used to make phone calls. You could prepay money on them, but what was convenient about them is you could put whatever caller ID you wanted on them. So using a calling card under the alias of Mike Havens, Terry and Tim made several calls to get things like ammonium nitrate in large quantities. For a flammable material, he settled on nitromethane because it was cheaper than alternatives, and he called the shop that was selling it and made up a cover story that he was into motorcycle racing and needed a bunch of nitromethane for him and his friends. In the midst of piecing together the equipment and storing it across multiple states, Tim gets a call that his grandfather Ed had died. Tim was actually traveling when he died, so by the time he heard from his father, which was 5 days later, Ed had already been buried. So Tim drove home to be with his family after his grandfather's death. That same weekend, Tim sent Terry Nichols to rob Roger Moore. See, mostly because of the beef Tim had with Roger, Tim considered Roger a traitor. He had a bunch of guns and know-how, but he wasn't willing to use them for the cause. And those guns, he felt, would be better served in the hands of people who intended to do something with them. And buying that much bomb equipment is expensive, and they needed money. Of course, Tim couldn't do it himself because Roger recognized him. So, Terry took the job. Roger was alone at his house in Arkansas, walking out to his barn, when Terry came up behind him in a ski mask and camouflage clothing with a shotgun. He tied Roger up, threw him on the floor of his home, and demanded to know where the money and guns were. Terry stole about 90 guns, a bunch of cash, a bunch of gold, silver, and gems. He loaded it all into Roger's van and then drove a few miles to his vehicle, moved all of the items into his, ditched the van, and got away. When the police asked Roger who would have stolen from him, of course, Roger said Timothy McVeigh. But Tim had a pretty good alibi considering he was in New York at the time of the robbery. It wouldn't be until the trials that followed the bombing the police actually put together who solved Roger, and for a long time the case was unsolved. Although Roger always suspected that it was Tim, to the point that on multiple occasions he tried to contact Tim and say that someone robbed him and he just wants Tim to know who it could be, because maybe this crazy robber will rob someone else and Tim should come out to his property and talk about it, when really Roger just wanted to confront him because he knew, even though Tim was not the one that robbed him, that Tim had something to do with it. Tim, of course, was aware of what Roger was trying to do and just played hooky up until the bombing. But Terry and Tim were able to keep a lot of their finances running through this theft. While he was back in New York, especially considering that across the country he was planning the largest terrorist attack in American history, his relations with his family were weird, to say the least. While going through his grandfather's belongings, he would get into fights with family members. He was generally irritable to those around him. He had his sister Jennifer proofread a letter that he was sending to the American Legion. This letter he wanted to be published, titled Constitutional Defenders, referred to the government as things like power-hungry stormtroopers and fascist tyrants. He also said that militia groups now had the right to respond with violence because of what the government has done. He also had his sister type up a letter that he wanted to be read by the ATF in the event of his death. Although he didn't tell his sister that, he just had her type up the letter and told her to keep it. This letter was titled ATF Read. And in this letter, there were quotes such as, ATF, all you tyrannical motherfuckers will swing in the wind one day for your treasonous actions against the Constitution of the United States. Remember the Nuremberg war trials. But I only followed orders. Die, you spineless, cowardice, sick bastards. At one point, there was a fire at a building near his home, so he drove over to the fire with a gun. That way, if any federal agents showed up, he might shoot them. He even visited his old security post where Carl Urban was working. Carl asked what he was doing there. Tim said, targets of opportunity, whatever that means. Around the same time, Terry Nichols was planning to take a trip to his wife's family in the Philippines. He gave his ex-wife, the mother of his son, a package to open in the event that he does not come back. Of course, his ex-wife, who can't stand him, immediately opened the package. Inside of the bag was Nichols' life insurance policy, a letter to Tim and his sister Jennifer, a combination lock to a storage unit, and directions on how to find a secret stash within his ex-wife's home. There were instructions to split the life insurance policy between Marif, his current wife, and his son Josh. Inside the compartment hidden in her kitchen counter, Lena found $20,000 in cash and another letter to McVeigh. The letter was full of cryptic lines, but among them was the quote, "You're on your own now. Go for it. As far as heat, none that I know of. This letter would be for the purpose of my death." At this point, Lena considered that whatever Terry was going to do in the Philippines, he was going to die for it. Now, this has also been the spark of a lot of speculation regarding conspiracies around the Oklahoma City bombing. Terry suspiciously, shortly before the bombing, goes to the Philippines, perhaps to meet some foreign connection. Not to say there weren't any foreign parties who would be interested in bombing a United States federal building. I'm sure there were plenty. But you know, Terry Nichols, a sovereign citizen, a guy who's dumb enough to leave this incredibly important message and another incredibly important message with and in the home of his ex-wife who can't stand him. He would come back from the trip, by the way. Terry returned home and was mad that his ex-wife had opened the package because, duh. I understand why it causes suspicion, but Marif as well, unless his mail-order bride from the Philippines was also inducted into the CIA or some covert overseas operation, also attested that it was just to see her family. And the family attested that it was to see her family. Terry was, of course, committed to the bombing, but it's not like he was on some top secret assignment. He was just probably, as he was with most things in his life, over paranoid and figured if he was to die in an accident or a plane crash or something like that, that he should send a message to Tim rather than just sending a message to Tim. Of course, the next thing that his ex-wife does is go to the storage locker and enter the combination. Inside, she finds gold, silver, and jade stones, as well as a wig, a black ski mask, makeup, and pantyhose. She begins to suspect that Terry is a bank robber, when in reality, these are just the things from the Roger Moore theft. Which again, don't know why he would give the combination to his ex-wife who can't stand him, but whatever. When Terry gets back from the Philippines, she's furious by him doing all of that, but she doesn't report him to the police. She demands answers, sure, but she doesn't want her son's father to wind up in jail. There was also a previous instance where during a gun show circuit and back when Tim was trying to recruit people for his militia, he had met a guy who showed interest and wanted to meet Tim on the California-Arizona border, like out in the wilderness. Well, that meeting never took place because when Tim got there, the guy didn't show. So Tim had taped his letter inviting this guy to his militia to a telephone pole out in the middle of the desert. On November 30th of 1994, a lineman who was working on the pole came across the letter. There wasn't anything too specific in it, but there was a lot of details about being a patriot and fighting for your rights and the government taking firearms and blah, blah, blah. At the end, he simply signed it Tim T. At the end of the letter, he left a message for whoever's reading this and said, P.S. And if you are a Fed, think twice. Think twice about the Constitution you are supposedly enforcing. Isn't enforcing freedom an oxymoron? And think twice about catching us with our guard down. You will lose just like Deegan did, and your family will lose. William Deegan was the marshal killed during the Ruby Ridge incident. The only romantic relationship that Tim really pursued in his adult life was that of Andrea Peters. Andrea Peters was a girl who worked with Tim at his security job. And even though the relationship never kicked off, the two maintained a friendship, and Tim would write to her occasionally. And the letters sure got more intense as Tim got more intense, but they were never to the degree of like the letters he sent Jennifer about stating everything he was going to do short of, I am going to blow up a federal building. To Andrea, it was more vague. But in December of 1994, he sent her a letter that reads as follows. Hey, gorgeous. Poof goes your head. I know, I can take a hint, but this is my address anyway. If you ever need anything, let me know. 1, someone killed, blown up, etc. 2, a shoulder. 3, refuge. 4, fertilization from good stock when the clock starts ticking. I'll always listen. Don't hesitate to drop me a line. People may change superficially, but not underneath. Remember that. Take care and Merry Christmas, Tim. So for one, in this letter to the girl, he mentions that he could kill someone or blow someone up, which, foreshadowing. It also tells her that he can fertilize her when the clock starts ticking, which is a crazy thing to say to anyone. I don't think there's ever a context, so that's okay. I don't think I could tell my wife that. She'd probably hit me. With all the guns from the Roger Moore heist, Tim calls Michael and says that Michael can sell them at gun shows to make some good money. So Michael drives with Tim to pick up the guns. And when he meets Michael, Tim is also trying to move the blasting caps he stole from the quarry. So he has Michael's wife wrap them up in Christmas presents, as it was December, and if they got stopped by the police or in a car wreck or something, it wouldn't be suspicious to just have Christmas presents in the car. On the drive, Tim has Michael drive him by the Alfred P. Murrah building in Oklahoma City, Tim's intended target. While Michael didn't participate in the bombing itself, he certainly encouraged it with doing things like, not calling the police. Now, if you ask Michael, he tried to dissuade Tim from the bombing by making comments like, that sounds stupid, which, really stuck it to the man with that one. Really stopped the bomber. The two drove by the building, and Tim explained to Michael where he was going to park the truck and how the explosion would affect the building itself. This is one of the few times that Tim drove by the Alfred P. Murrah building. According to him and those around him, he was never inside of it, as some rumors would suggest. After the bombing, there were multiple people who said they recognized him because he had been staking out the building or sometimes was even escorted inside of the building. But for one, if that was the case, again, if this is all part of a conspiracy and Tim has connections in the government, it would be really dumb to leave as much evidence as Tim walking through the building he was going to blow up with multiple witnesses. And two, if you're going to blow up a building with a bomb that big, you don't really need to know what it looks like inside to do it. All the schematics for the building and all of the visible columns that held it up were apparent from the outside. The one thing that Tim would always contest is that he did not know there was a daycare in the building. Sure, he knew, like with any public building, there'd probably be innocent people in the way, or collateral damage, as he referred to them. Years later, Tim would reflect and say, quote, if it was known that there was an entire daycare center, might have given me pause to switch targets. That's a large amount of collateral damage. After he separated from Michael, Tim actually got into a car accident, and miraculously, the blasting caps didn't explode. To clarify, these blasting caps he intended to sell because he had more than enough he needed for the bomb, but this was still from the same batch of stuff he stole for the bomb. Tim's plan was to rent a Ryder box truck and then place the explosives inside of it. He knew he would need a driver's license for the rental, so he had the 40As make him a fake license under the name Robert Kling. Tim had multiple aliases, from Mike Havens, that was on the calling card, to Tim Tuttle, which is what he would call himself at gun shows, and now Robert Kling. Tim was now ready to begin assembling his bomb, and as soon as it was assembled, he wanted to use it. The bomb was so big, he knew he would have to build it within the truck. There was no way he was going to move the whole thing. And for one, it's expensive to rent a truck for any long amount of time, money that Tim didn't have. Most of the money from the Moore robbery ended up going to Terry Nichols, as it seems Tim wanted to be even with Terry for all the time he spent sleeping on Terry's couch. And also, it's one thing to explain a storage building full of fertilizer. It's another thing to try to explain a truck full of bomb. Mike's niece was coming to stay with him in Kingman, so Tim got a motel nearby as he made his final preparations to move the materials out of Arizona. During these days, Tim tried to convince Mike to buy into the cause, his doorstep. And Tim would respond by saying, what about your neighbor's doorstep? What about David Koresh's doorstep? Since Mike agreed that the government was evil, Tim felt that Mike was being selfish. He was only interested in protecting himself, not protecting others, as Tim felt he was doing. Mike saw Tim a couple times while he was staying at the motel, and it was the last time Mike would see Tim before the explosion. I want to make it clear that while, yes, Mike did not directly participate, he did do things like drove Tim by the Alfred P. Murrah building. He didn't get the storage facility, but he was going to help Tim get a storage facility to store the equipment. And most crucially, he did not stop him. Never did Mike attempt to contact the authorities or even discuss contacting the authorities. And it's not like Mike wasn't sure what Tim was going to do. At one point, Tim had taken a bunch of soup cans in Mike's kitchen and laid out different potential ways that the bomb could be made in the back of the truck. Mike knew exactly what was going to happen, and he did nothing to stop it. The blood is also on his hands. In his final days, Tim made some final contacts. He sent his sister a bunch of memorabilia, things like his high school yearbook. Before he delivered his yearbook, Tim saw there was a section to fill out that said, "What do you want to be when you grow up?" Tim had never written in it before, but now he wrote gun shop owner. He did this as a sort of joke, knowing that inevitably the media would find his personal belongings. And sure enough, the fact that a young boy wanted to be a gun shop owner and then went on to be a terrorist was all the rage for a time. He wanted Jennifer to have it if he was to be captured or killed, which he fully suspected. In his last week, Tim tried to call a couple of organizations that he thought would protect him after the explosion. One of those was the National Alliance, the aforementioned white supremacist group that was started by the author of the Turner Diaries. But when they didn't get back to him, he reached out to a group in Oklahoma known as Elohim City, a white separatist group that was known to be at odds with federal authorities. As mentioned earlier, even if Tim wasn't expressly racist and didn't care that much about those views, he was certainly willing to break bread with them if it meant getting what he wanted. And in this case, that meant potentially sheltering from the state. He had met a member of Elohim City at a gun show earlier and had thought that if anyone would protect someone after, terrorist attack, it would probably be them. But these final phone calls that were never returned before the bombing, and the fact that Tim had previously met someone from Elohim City, was a point of contention in the trial that would follow, because people who claimed there was a greater collaboration at foot pointed to these as examples that other parties were involved. A week before, on April 12th, Tim drove once again to Oklahoma City. He wanted to make sure all the roads were still open, that there was no construction that could stop an escape route, and since all looked good, he continued on to Kansas with plans to get the fertilizer to begin the assembly. But on April 14th, the head gasket of his vehicle blew. So he pulled into an auto shop. At this point, he was near Fort Riley, Kansas, and the attendant at the auto shop remembered Tim from the time that Tim was in the Army. And since replacing the head gasket would be more expense than the car was worth, for $250, the attendant sold Tim a 1977 yellow Mercury Grand Marquis. At the time, Tim had a Michigan driver's license due to the time he was living in Michigan, and the address on the driver's license was to the Nichols farm. So he told the attendant to just mail the paperwork to that address. Little breadcrumbs like this would be useful in the investigation later to piece all of the different strings together. Tim's plan was to head back to Junction City, Kansas, where the other pieces of the explosive were, and then meet with Terry, who would follow him to Oklahoma City so he could stash a getaway car. Tim planned to leave the Mercury in a parking lot that was sheltered from the blast by a nearby building, and then Terry would drive Tim back. Tim would rent the Ryder truck, assemble the explosive, and then drive to Oklahoma City, where after the explosion, he would get in the Marquis and make his escape. That Friday, the 15th, he checked into the Dreamland Motel in Junction City. The next day, he went to Elliot's body shop that did Ryder truck rentals, and under the name Robert Kling, booked it for a one-way trip to Omaha. Omaha was about the same distance as Oklahoma City, and obviously, to not give any more suspicion than he already had, he didn't want to say the city he would actually be taking the truck to. While checking out the truck, Tim declined insurance, and the attendant told him that he should be careful because that means he's liable for any damage the truck will receive. To which Tim replied with a straight face, "I won't need any." With the Ryder truck now reserved for pickup, Tim went back to the Dreamland Motel. He made a call to Terry, but Terry didn't answer. It was a Saturday, and the next day, Easter Sunday, they had planned to drive to Oklahoma City and stash the car. So that night in the motel, Tim ordered Chinese food from a nearby restaurant. Keep in mind, he had booked the room under the name Tim McVeigh, but he had ordered Chinese food under the name Robert Kling. There were multiple ways when this case was over that Tim was caught dead to rights. But, using the same room and going by both Tim And Robert was a pretty easy way for the FBI to just connect those two aliases together. And mind you, Robert Kling is the guy that did things like rented the truck. The delivery driver, a man named Jeff Davis, would later say that he does not believe it was Tim McVeigh who he handed the delivery to. Instead, he said that the guy who took the food from him was a blonde man. And of course, while this leads to theories that Tim had another collaborator who was in the hotel room with him right before, the bombing, Tim said that he was the one who took the Chinese food delivery, and the Dreamland Motel manager, who was suspicious of Tim, said that they never saw anyone else come or go from the room. I mean, it's possible. Tim's hair was super short, like a military buzz almost, right before the bombing happened. So maybe just his brown hair cut very short in the light of the hotel room looked blonde. That same manager would later say that she heard voices coming from Tim's room, but she wasn't sure if it was Tim talking to himself or maybe the TV. But again, with all the investigations that followed and everything that was looked into, it seems no one else visited that hotel room during the time that Tim was there preparing for the bombing. And also, once again, I don't even know what another collaborator besides like Terry Nichols would do at this point. I mean, even if you want to say the whole thing's a false flag and Tim was working with the government and blah, 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 I mean, why on earth would they show up to him this close to the explosion? If he's already got this much figured out, they wouldn't touch him with a 10-foot pole. The next day, Tim had arranged to meet Terry at a nearby pizza restaurant, but Terry didn't show up. It seems that Terry, right before the bombing was to happen, began to get cold feet. Unlike Mike, who had just known about the bombing and didn't do anything to stop it, Terry up until now has been a direct conspirator. He made purchases of the explosive, he helped Tim pick his target, but now, right before it happens, he's getting a little nervous. Realizing that Terry wasn't going to show, Tim went to a payphone and called Terry's home. And immediately, Tim began screaming. He was saying Mike backed out on him, and now Terry's backing out on him, that Terry doesn't really want to do this, that he's not down for the cause. At one point, Tim was so mad, he threatened to call the police on Terry. He said all it would take is one phone call, and everything that Terry's done to assist in this bombing would be known, and him and his family would be ruined. With that, Terry relents and says that he'll come help. Meanwhile, at Terry's home, his family and even his son Josh had come over for Easter, but Terry made up a story that Tim has to go pick up a television set in Oklahoma City, and that was his justification for now going with Tim to Oklahoma City. When they get to Oklahoma City, Tim pulls into a parking spot and takes the license plate off the back of his vehicle, backing the rear end of the car up against a building so unless someone really inspects it, no one would notice. Sure, it's risky to drive around without a rear license plate, but it's even riskier to have the license plate get made after the explosion. Keep in mind the license plate wasn't even for this car. When his car blew a head gasket and he bought this one at the auto shop, he just took the tag off of the old car and put it on the new one. But regardless, the tag was in his name. He placed a tissue over the gas cap, that way if anyone messed with the car, he would know if the tissue had been moved. And to dissuade theft, he left a sign in the window that said that the car needs a battery and the owner will be back to get it soon. And he had also left a white envelope in the passenger seat of the Mercury in the event that he was killed. Eventually, someone would find the car and figure out whose it was. So this envelope effectively contained his manifesto. Inside was a bumper sticker that he used to sell at shows that read, "When the government fears the people, there is liberty. When the people fear the government, there is tyranny." There's a pamphlet called The American Response to Tyranny that reframed part of the American Revolution as if it were a battle happening in the modern day. It included several magazine article clippings that detailed what the government did wrong in Waco, things that compared the Waco siege to Adolf Hitler's attack against the Jews, a lot of Revolutionary War era quotes from people like Patrick Henry, a copy of the Declaration of Independence on which McVeigh wrote on the back, "Obey the Constitution of the United States and we won't shoot you," as well as, of course, part of the Turner Diary. The real value of our attacks today lies in the psychological impact, not in the immediate casualties. More important, though, is what we taught the politicians and the bureaucrats. They learned this afternoon that not one of them is beyond our reach. They can huddle behind barbed wire and tanks in the city, and they can hide behind the concrete walls of their country estates, but we can still find them and kill them. So Terry picked him up and the two of them drove back to Kansas. Barely speaking a word to each other on the whole drive back, Tim was still mad at Terry, and Terry still had cold feet regarding the bombing. He gets dropped off at the Dreamland Motel, and the next morning, gets up, goes to McDonald's, walks down the side of the road in the rain, in which a college student was gracious enough to give him a ride to the body shop where he was renting the Ryder truck. I don't think that college student's ever been identified, by the way. There's someone out there who took Timothy McVeigh to get the Ryder truck, and they might have never known it. I mean, it's not like it was their fault or anything. It was just like a mile or two down the road. Tim would have walked it, but nevertheless, what a harrowing history. Again, he rented the Ryder truck under the name of Robert Kling. For his false birth date, he gave Robert Kling, of course, the birthday of April 19th, 1972. Again, April 19th. Everything about this, to him, revolved around Waco. Most of the explosive material at this point was in a storage facility in Harrington, Kansas. Nichols was supposed to meet Tim at the storage facility to help him load the truck, but again, Nichols was late. So Tim started loading the barrels himself, and some of these barrels were several hundred pounds in weight. Midway through loading the Ryder truck, Terry pulled up, and on page 203, the book details this moment. Just as he was finishing with the bags of fertilizer, Nichols arrived. Two men eyed each other. "Why don't we get into my truck and talk about things?" Nichols suggested. "Not interested," McVeigh said. This was time to work, not talk. Nichols didn't press the issue. McVeigh's tirade of threats from Sunday was still fresh in both men's minds. "Dude, the truck is already halfway loaded," McVeigh said. And so Nichols joined McVeigh, muscling the vats of nitromethane up the ramp. McVeigh pushing the hand truck, Nichols pulling it. Sure, Terry got cold feet, but he was part of the reason that all of this was here in the first place. Similar to Mike, he didn't do anything to stop it. If anything, he was scared for his own safety, not the safety of all of those lives that were about to be taken. The two men then drove north up Highway 77 to Geary Lake. Geary Lake had a lot of recreational areas to the side of it that could be accessed in a vehicle as big as a Ryder truck. They had planned to go here and mix all of the materials into their explosive condition. When they pulled off to go down the gravel road to get to the site they planned to mix the bombs, they almost got caught. While driving down the gravel road, they passed someone named Robert Nelson. Robert Nelson worked at Elliott's body shop, and by seeing the Ryder truck, he figured it was someone that he had rented a truck to. Obviously, out here on the side of the lake, there's no legitimate reason for someone to bring a Ryder truck out this far, so Nelson began to follow them. But after going for a little way, he didn't see where they turned, gave up on the pursuit. And starting around 7:30 a.m., the men began to mix the explosive components. This was several thousand pounds of material, and every composition had its own unique criteria. You had to add a certain ratio of this chemical with this chemical, and you couldn't put too much in one place. So they had multiple 55-gallon drums to disperse the explosive equipment. At around 9 a.m., there was actually a father and son who pulled up on a fishing boat and was dangerously close to the Ryder truck. Terry and Tim quickly dipped inside of the truck for fear that maybe the father would get suspicious and check them out. And it turns out this fisherman was someone named Richard Wall, who was out fishing with his son. He saw the Ryder truck and thought it was strange because, it's a moving truck here on the side of a lake down a gravel road. And with his son, he didn't want to put his son in danger if something nefarious was happening, so they left. Tim would later say that had the fisherman come up to him, Tim would say that he's a soldier trying to relax for a little bit after a long move, and if the fisherman persisted in figuring out what they were doing, Tim would kill him. He says that he wouldn't have killed the boy, he just would have tied him up and left him in a vehicle or somewhere that the boy wouldn't be found until he was already in Oklahoma City. But goes to show at this point, nothing's stopping Tim from his mission. Anyone's an acceptable loss if they get in the way of his target. Over several hours of mixing the components and placing them into the drums, eventually, Tim's masterpiece was finished. They had meticulously used bathroom scale to weigh out the individual components and then used each of the barrels as a large mixing vat. I would go into more detail about specifically how these things were assembled, but if there's one thing YouTube does not like, it's instructional videos for various purposes. I'm not kidding. I've seen educational videos that are just explaining like how old firearms work or how some explosives work. And you think you've seen a video get demonetized. I have seen entire channels get evaporated for that. What I will say very broadly, without going into specifics, YouTube, please, I like my job. 13 barrels were placed in a T shape with the top of the T being against the wall that was closest to the cab. With a few extra barrels, Tim put them on the bottom left side of the T, making a sort of J, knowing that that side of the truck would be closest to the building. So with those 3 extra barrels, 16 barrels in total. The barrels contain the ammonium nitrate, the nitromethane, and a lot of the stolen blasting gel to use as an initiator for the blast. All in all, the total bomb weighed around 7,000 pounds. Enough, Tim figured, to level the entire building. To activate the bomb, he had drilled a hole in the back of the cab of the truck and in the front of the cargo bay. He took aquarium tubing that is normally used in fish tanks and ran it through the 2 holes, and then through that put a fuse that was connected to the stolen blasting caps that would ignite the blasting gel. So both ends of the fuse were ran inside of the truck. He had one fuse that would set off the explosive in 5 minutes and another one that would set it off in 2 minutes. The idea being when he was 5 minutes out, he'd light the 5 minute. When he was 2 minutes out, he'd light the 2 minute. Both could be done from within the cab without having to get out. This was a redundancy in case one of the fuses slit or the actual burn went out. If anything happens to one fuse, there's a second one to ignite it. There was even a third option, as he had another explosive that would have detonated on impact by the blasting gel. That way, should the 2 fuses go out, he could just step out of the truck, shoot the explosive, and take himself with the blast. No life would stand in the way of what he was setting out to do, even his own. He had gone so far as to paint the fishing hose yellow so that from a distance it would look like it belonged to the rest of the Yellow Rider truck. He then took off his clothes, put them in a bag that he would eventually put in a trash can between there and Oklahoma City, and then washed himself in the lake before putting on a new set of clothes. That way, if he did get away, there wouldn't be any explosive residue on him. He then wiped down the inside of the truck cab. That way, if some part of the cab survived, his prints wouldn't be on it. He said goodbye to Terry and then began to drive south towards Oklahoma City, stopping midway at a gravel lot near a roadside motel to sleep in the truck cab for the night. The next morning was April the 19th, the day Tim had been waiting for some time. When Tim woke up in the early morning hours, he realized it was probably a bad idea to get caught at this point right before the bomb set to blow. So rather than waiting for 11 a.m. as was his original plan, he decided that if he left now, he'd probably get to the building at around 9 a.m. So, to not take any more chances, Tim started driving. Driving towards Oklahoma City, Tim probably thought of himself as Luke Skywalker, a lone hero out to destroy the evils that await within the Death Star, and he's the only one that can blow it up. To him, he wasn't performing an act of evil, he was being brave. Years later, he would say, "I didn't define the rules of engagement in this conflict. The rules, if not written down, are defined by the aggressor. It was brutal, no holds barred. Women and kids were killed at Waco and Ruby Ridge. You put back in the government's face exactly what they're giving out." When he woke in the truck cab that morning, he ate an MRE, as he had done many times before in the military, and checked his loaded Glock 21 that was in his shoulder holster. If someone attempted to stop him after he pulled up, he'd just shoot him. After all, they were probably dying the blast anyway. And as mentioned, if need be, he could use it to set the bomb off himself. As he was making his way into Oklahoma City, there was a cop that began tailing him for a couple miles. Tim began to run scenarios in his head. If the cop pulls him over for a busted taillight, or perhaps because it looks like the truck is sagging too far to one side, which is the reason, mind you, Tim had made the T-shape in the first place. It would have been more of a shape charge had he pushed everything to the left side of the truck, but then the whole truck would sag to the left, and that would be noticeable or could cause the vehicle to break down. So the T was the most optimal way to get a pretty good blast to the left without damaging the vehicle. But now with the cop following him, he had to figure out a cover story. If he got pulled over, he would just say that he was moving material or he's moving into Oklahoma City. He had bought a bifold wallet and placed his old security badge in the front of the wallet facing out. He had done this in case his vehicle couldn't start during the getaway. He could then run up to a motorist and flash a badge pretending to be a police officer in pursuit of the bomber and just steal their car. Although he figured that trip probably wouldn't work on an actual cop. Eventually he decided, if this guy wants me to get out of the car or do an inspection, he'll just kill him. I mean, as long as he doesn't get physically stopped between here and downtown Oklahoma City, his mission will be accomplished. But thankfully for Tim, and perhaps tragically for everyone else, after a couple miles, the cop took an exit. At around 8:50 a.m., Tim pulled into what was otherwise a quiet day in Oklahoma City. Streets were mostly empty, and no one noticed the giant yellow Ryder truck driving towards the federal building. He pulled out 2 green earplugs that someone had given him during his security job while he was working at a monster truck show. He went ahead and put them in his ears, not wanting to damage his ears in the ensuing blast. When he was about 3 minutes away, he briefly pulled off on the side of the road to light the 5-minute fuse. He had given himself a couple minutes of leeway to walk away from the truck. From the fuse, the truck began filling up with so much smoke that Tim had to crack the windows to let some of it vent out. At this point, even if someone had seen him, had pulled him over, stopped him, or ordered him to get out of the car, the bomb was going off somewhere. 1 block away from the federal building, he got to a traffic intersection just as the light turned red. It was a 30-second light, meaning that as he sat there for 30 seconds, it burned half a minute off of his escape time. But Tim didn't want to make a scene or run a light or get into a traffic incident, so he waited. Then the light turned green. He pulled up to the north side of the Alfred P. Murrah building. On the north side, there was a cutout in the sidewalk for a loading zone. Let you get as close to the building as possible, as a matter of fact, slightly under it. And Tim had decided previously that had he got there and the loading zone was full, he would just crash the truck into the side of the building. I mean, at that point, it didn't matter how much noise he made because of all the noise that was about to follow. But no one was there, and nothing stopped Tim from pulling up into the loading zone, lighting the second fuse, getting out of the truck, and locking the door. No one thought anything of the man walking away from the Ryder truck across the street wearing black jeans, army boots, a baseball cap, and a windbreaker. Underneath that windbreaker was Tim's favorite t-shirt, a picture of Abraham Lincoln with Sic Semper Tyrannis and the bloody tree on the back that spoke of the blood of patriots and tyrants. And then, just according to plan, as Tim rounded a corner making his way to the parking lot where he had stashed his getaway car, at 9:02 a.m., it's hard to describe what hit Oklahoma City on that day. Even those in combat who have witnessed heavy targeted explosives rarely see something like this. The 7,000-pound bomb delivered the equivalent of 3 tons of TNT. Every single building within 16 blocks was damaged in some way. All of the immediate buildings had all of their windows shatter, and many of the brick buildings fell apart to such a degree that they had to be demolished. The massive 250-pound rear axle flew 200 yards down the street before it careened into the front of a car. The blast was so powerful that one woman who worked at a Greek restaurant across the street was killed. A man and woman who worked at a water resource center also across the street were killed as well. A woman just walking in a nearby parking lot was killed from the debris as well. And of course, the casualties within the building itself were shattering. 163 people died in that building. The 9-story structure had a complete and total piece taken out of its north side. Counting those killed around the building, 167 were killed in the blast. One woman, a nurse who was trying to help pull people out of the rubble, was killed by falling debris after the blast, bringing the total deaths that day to 168. Of the 168 people that died, 8 of them were federal agents. Less than 5% of the targets were actually intended targets. Of those killed, 99 of them worked for the government and 69 did not. It was 9 a.m. Several older couples had visited the Social Security office to ask about retirement. Several others had visited the Department of Agriculture. Several others had visited the Department of Housing and Urban Development. Several of the employees had their families visiting them at work that day. And on the second story, directly above where Tim parked the truck, was a daycare center. A daycare center with 19 children, most of which were 3 years old and younger, too young to start school. Every single one of them was killed at the moment of the blast. Tim would say many times that Desert Storm was part of the reason he became who he was, witnessing the evils that happened overseas in the name of the government, underneath the banner of the flag. He would consider it one of the atrocities that led him to this act of violence. In the entirety of the Gulf War, 148 Americans died. Tim killed 20 more. The moment that the bomb detonated, before the ground was safe, before anyone even knew what happened or knew if this might be an attack or if another bomb was coming, almost the entirety of Oklahoma City ran to the site to try to pull people out of the rubble. Rescue workers, businessmen, nurses, waitresses started digging with their hands to save anyone they could. One woman, who was pinned under the rubble when the first wave of people came to help, told them not to save her because there were children in the building. As people pulled more and more dead bodies out of the rubble, they started to lay them on the sidewalk in front of the building. As medical crews and eventually morgue units arrived, they began to cover people up, and as they began to pull people out of the immediate vicinity of the blast, they started to come across the kids. And so to keep them separate, in case a parent came and needed to identify them, they began to place the children's bodies on the playground at the side of the building. All of them were placed on the playground side by side and covered up. Many of them wouldn't be identified for days later because they were too disfigured to identify. As the day went on and people began to find the children's things like their toys, they began to lay them by their bodies on the playground. One fireman searching the area saw a little sock rising above the rubble, and he said, "I've got one. I've got one." And he cleared the rubble and he picked her up. She was gone. She was a 6-month-old girl. And he said, "I've got her," and held her to his chest. Later, with the others, the morgue units began commandeering refrigerator trucks to store the bodies for a time while they tried to sort through all of the casualties. Through the entire rescue, there were people still alive deep within the rubble. The entire time, everyone could hear everyone else screaming. Many of them were too far in. It took hours to get to them. Several of the elderly couples who had visited the Social Security office were found dead together. People had their entire families erased from existence. The youngest killed in the bombing was 3 months old. The oldest was 73. 7 of Tim's former colleagues in the Army.
Inappropriate, I know, but Blade's live again? What? He just fucking ended it? He just fucking... So confused. Like Blade was live. Oh boy. This fucking guy. Well, 2 hours and 34 minutes on that video. I think I'll stop it. It's just a little too sad. It's getting too sad. Oh, and I finished Time Crimes too, so. The hell is this? Most underrated psycho. Oh. I just added the same thing to my list twice. Okay. That seems like something I'd do. Okay, let's start.
23rd, 1961. 2 brothers inside an abandoned German bunker in Italy sat down to listen to the empty static of space. Over the years, they had pulled all...
It's too late to listen to this one. It's just going to freak me out. We're going back to the sadness.
Many of them were too far in. It took hours to get to them. Several of the elderly couples who had visited the Social Security office were found dead together. People had their entire families erased from existence. The youngest killed in the bombing was 3 months old. The oldest was 73. 7 of Tim's former colleagues in the Army were killed in the recruiting office. By colleague, I mean they were also in the Army, not that Tim knew them. 3 unborn children were killed, one from a pregnant woman who died and 2 others who suffered miscarriages after the blast. It was the deadliest terrorist attack in America's history up until 9/11 and is to this day our deadliest domestic terrorist attack. But as overwhelmed as I am with the horror and the evil of what happened that day, I'm also just as overwhelmed by the bravery. With no exaggeration, that entire city was there wanting to help. A lot of the police who showed up had to keep people back from putting too much weight on the rubble and potentially harming people who might be beneath. There wasn't man or woman out there who didn't do something to help. There's so many videos of that day of guys who ran out of their workplace and started carrying children away from the blast zone. People who were back from the blast zone itself were making an effort to find kids' families or try to pair parents with their children or husbands with their wives. There were several people who were pinned beneath the rubble and needed amputations. And from the firemen to the ambulance crews, people began to crawl into the rubble with them, putting themselves in danger to make sure these people got out by any means necessary. Over 100 people died that day, but over 100 people were saved by the kindness of others. And some of the stories that came from survivors are just horrible to imagine. One of the survivors who woke up on one of the upper floors began to make his way down through a dark stairwell. As he was walking through that stairwell, of which the lights in the building had been destroyed and he couldn't see anything, he began to feel something slippery on the handrails and on the ground. It wasn't until he got out into the light of day he realized that the stairwell was covered in blood. A woman who worked in the credit union stepped out into the hallway for a moment right as the blast happened. Everyone else who was in the room she was just standing in was killed. But still, through it all, most of the survivors who came to were greeted by firemen and rescue workers and just guys who worked down the street who were wading their way through the wreckage to save them. Keep in mind, at the moment of the explosion, no one had any idea what happened. Most people at first thought maybe it was a gas leak of some kind. Then as people began to realize this is a federal building and that was a pretty big boom, perhaps this was a foreign attack by some group in the Middle East, or this was the start to some invasion. Many people began calling around to see if any other federal buildings across the country had been hit. At one point during the rescue, someone said that there was another explosive. And for all they know, it very well might have been. This could have been a series of bombs, and only one of them have gone off so far. So the rescue crews made the tough call of pulling their people back. If this other bomb was to go off, they didn't want their people dying in the blast as well. The majority of the rescue workers refused to stop saving people. Many of them were in communication with someone through the rubble and were working their way towards them. They were told they needed to retreat back. They didn't. Most of them had to have their captains come and physically pull them off of the people they were trying to save. It turns out that the second explosive was a mock explosive that the ATF had in the building for bomb defusal practice. The bomb itself was now lying in the rubble, which to the credit of whoever made the call that there was a second explosive, I mean, who wouldn't, right? The building just blew up and you see another bomb-shaped thing in the rubble. Of course you would think that that is another real bomb. As people from investigators to news crews try to figure where this attack might have come from, someone figured out that today is April 19th. 2 years since the fire at Waco. 2 years that all of the ATF agents who worked at this building certainly remembered. Then people began to ask, what if this wasn't an attack from overseas, but an attack from someone who had a gripe against the government? And that someone at that very moment was driving their yellow Mercury away from Oklahoma City. At the moment of the blast, Tim said that he was lifted an inch off the ground. He was blown down, and then a shower of bricks and glass from the blast fell around him. Nearby power lines snapped and were now flying across the ground, electrified and zapping. He began to run away from the explosion towards where he parked his car as he worked his way through everyone else who was running towards it. While running, he ran into a delivery worker who looked at Tim and said, "Man, I thought that was us blowing up." To which Tim said, "Yeah, me too," and continued to make his way towards his Mercury. Gets in and begins driving north to Kansas. It's here at this point that I think Tim couldn't believe that he got away with it. He had made so many plans to die or what would happen if he was arrested, and now he was driving north. His rough plan, though he really didn't have one, was to drive back to the storage locker and get the few things out that were still in there, things like his license plate. And then he was just going to go camp out in the woods and continue his war against the government. Maybe get into a shootout or shoot a few agents. He didn't know. Part of him seemed almost upset that he didn't get caught. I mean, if he was caught, that was a chance to give his manifesto to the world, tell everyone exactly why he did it. But now he was just alone in his car without a radio. The purpose for his life was over. Now he had to come up with a new one. But while driving north about 20 minutes outside of Perry, Oklahoma, he gets stopped by a state trooper. Charles J. Hanger had earlier that day began driving towards Oklahoma City until the state dispatch had to get on the line and tell troopers to stop coming to the city because there's too many cops here already. So Hanger was driving back when he saw McVeigh, driving without a license plate. He pulls McVeigh over, and as soon as McVeigh stops the car, he gets out and stands next to it. Now, according to McVeigh, in this moment, he was thinking about shooting the cop. He had a gun in his shoulder holster, and the cop was right there. And the cop seemingly was going to stop him. But also, stop him from what? He no longer had to deliver the bomb that he planned to die with. This state trooper wasn't a federal agent, and Tim still had a place in his heart for police officers and those that uphold the law. So he just stood there, weighing his options, before he decided not to kill him. To Hanger, this was extremely weird, because he pulls a guy over, the guy gets out of the car and just starts looking at him. So Hanger opens his door, stands next to his car, and tells McVeigh he doesn't have a license plate, to which McVeigh says, no, he doesn't. He asks if McVeigh has insurance, and McVeigh says, no, he doesn't. He asks if McVeigh has registration, and McVeigh says, no, he doesn't. He said he just bought the car, but he does have his license. The trooper notices a bulge underneath Tim's jacket and asks what he has, and Tim says he has a gun. So the trooper walks up to McVeigh, feels the gun, and then pulls his own gun and takes McVeigh's. Tim had pulled out his real driver's license, not his false Robert Kling one, so the trooper begins to ask Tim questions as he pats him down. He calls in to dispatch on his cell phone. He didn't call in on the radio because the radio lines were being reserved for everything happening with the bombing. So he calls in to dispatch on his phone and asks them to run a computer check on Timothy McVeigh and the serial number on the gun. Both come back clean. At the time, in Oklahoma, it was illegal to carry a loaded gun, and the state of Oklahoma did not have reciprocity with New York's concealed carry permits. So even though he had a New York permit, Tim's permit didn't matter in Oklahoma. So because of all the stuff wrong with the car identification and the fact he was carrying a gun, the trooper arrested Tim, having no idea that Tim is the guy who just set off the bomb. Tim was fine with being arrested, and he was fine with being found out to be the bomber. He didn't really have anything to do other than to ride this out to the end. As a matter of fact, he's so prepared to get caught that before he had set out, he had taken a business card from someone named Dave Paulson, a guy that Tim had met at a gun show who previously stiffed Tim on a deal. So Tim had written on the back of the business card, TNT $5 a stick, need more. Call after 1st of May, see if I can get some more. Tim had done this in the event that he was arrested or killed so that the authorities would find Dave Paulson's business card and assume Dave Paulson had something to do with it. And now, getting arrested, he pulled the business card out of his pocket and left it in the seat of the trooper's car. In the midst of all of this, in the midst of preparing for all of the lives he took, he had also planned a way to get a guy in trouble who he just didn't like. And sure enough, it worked, because obviously, after finding this, Dave Paulson was questioned a lot by the police. So with Tim handcuffed in the passenger seat, the trooper began to drive him to the Noble County Jail in Perry. He had asked Tim if he wanted anyone to come tow the car, and Tim said it was fine where it was. And the trooper asked if Tim wanted the white envelope that was in the passenger seat, and Tim said it was fine. He can leave it there. The two had a regular conversation. Tim asked the cop about his gun. He asked about the car. At one point, he asked the cop if they can take it for a joyride and show Tim how fast it goes. Of course, the trooper has no idea who he's sitting next to. When Tim got to the jail, he was booked on 4 misdemeanor charges: transporting a loaded firearm in a motor vehicle, unlawfully carrying a weapon, failing to display a current license plate, and failing to maintain proof of insurance. This was on a Wednesday. So normally what would happen, especially for someone who this was their first time being arrested for anything and it's just misdemeanors, is the next day Tim would be brought for his first appearance in front of a judge. The judge would probably set a hearing date or whatever, and then Tim would be cut loose. He'd be in and out in less than 24 hours. So while the authorities in Oklahoma City are doing everything they can to figure out who this is and to catch them, little did they know the dude had been caught 90 minutes after the bombing, but he hadn't been caught for the bombing. When asked for his next of kin, Tim gave James Nichols, Terry Nichols' brother who lived on the farm back in Michigan, since that was the address that his real license was tied to. While he was in booking, there was a TV in the room, and of course the TV was turned to the Oklahoma City bombing coverage. While people in the room were talking about how awful it was and how devastating it was and who could have done it, Tim didn't pay it that much mind, or at least outwardly he didn't pay it that much mind. In reality, he was listening to everything, and even caught a glimpse of the screen. When he saw the damage to the building, the very first thing he thought to himself was, damn, the whole building didn't come down. I mean, what words are there, right? I mean, obviously, evil people doing evil things and not feeling regretful about it. Shocking, I know, but after all the carnage, all the bloodshed, to see it in front of you, and for that to be your reaction, that you could have done more. There's so many people, and I'll talk about it near the end of the video, but there's so many people who attribute not really a valor, but a misguided tone to McVeigh. Like, sure, he hated the right guys. He just, did probably a bad thing. But this level of evil, this level of hatred for humans, it goes deeper than liberty. It goes deeper than, liking guns or liking the United States or whatever. He was a man troubled, thankfully, beyond, far, far beyond many of what we consider evil people would be in the world. And he needed an outlet for it, and this became his outlet. That level of detachment isn't the detachment of someone who's just doing a job or doing a mission. It's someone who needed to hurt someone else. And when they got what they wanted, they just wanted more. Even when he heard that a daycare center had been hit, he claims that hit him hard and he regretted it, but then he had the thought just as quickly, well, great, now that's what everyone's going to talk about. Not that this was a calculated attack against the United States government, but that children were killed. The tragedy of taking those kids' lives wasn't as important to him as what those kids' lives did to his optics. For now, Tim was placed in the Perry County Jail while investigators tried to figure out who did this. For the investigators, it didn't take long for them to run the paper trail back to McVeigh. The most crucial piece of evidence they had was that rear axle I mentioned earlier. Though the rear axle flew 200 yards into, I believe, a Ford Fiesta, it was still intact. And on the axle was a VIN number. They also found the license plate that was damaged but still attached to the rear bumper, and the license plate itself could be made out. Both pointed back to the Ryder truck rental in Junction City, to which the facility said they rented the truck to someone named Robert Kling. So that same day, within 8 hours of the explosion, the FBI had agents in Junction City asking for details about who rented the truck. They had the name Robert Kling and had the witnesses work with the sketch artist to get an ID on who rented the vehicle. The sketch artist gave this image of what would eventually turn out to be Timothy McVeigh. However, the witness said that there were 2 people there to rent the truck at this time, and he gave the police a second sketch, a sketch that's been known now as John Doe number 2. This also, as you can imagine, fueled a lot of conspiracy theories. Someone else was there with Tim when he rented the truck. But again, if there were other conspirators, I don't think they would just be showing their face at this point. And also, John Doe number 2 was eventually discovered to be Ted Bunting. Ted Bunting was another soldier at Fort Riley who came in the day after Tim and rented a similar Ryder truck. So when the witness was asked, who came in to rent a Ryder truck, he just gave the police both descriptions of the guy that came in to rent a Ryder truck. And, Ted Bunting was a normal guy who didn't blow up a building using the Ryder truck that we know of. Well, now that the police had a sketch, they began showing it all over Junction City, eventually showing it to the manager of the Dreamland Motel, who ID'd it as the person who had rented a room for a few days prior. And of course, that person rented the room under his real name of Timothy McVeigh. And if it wasn't evidence enough, as they figured out about what this Timothy McVeigh did in his time at the motel, they found out about the Chinese food delivery, and the name he used to buy the Chinese food was Robert Kling. So all sides of the triangle now connect to each other that Timothy McVeigh and Robert Kling are the same person. So now the FBI has the name of Timothy McVeigh and they run it through every system they have. And the only hit they get is that yesterday, a state trooper called in Timothy McVeigh during a traffic stop and then arrested him and took him to Perry, Kansas. So, at the FBI facility where they're investigating the bombing, one of
Oh, hold on. Oh. Oh my god. Oh, I can't fucking breathe. Uh just read some. Oh boy, some of those comments, man, fucking hilarious. Got me questioning things. That shit is hilarious, man. All right. Oh, that is so funny. That is so funny. Oh my goodness. Oh shit. That is so fucking funny. He's my favorite Aussie rapper. My God. All right, folks. Oh, actually, let me get that. Let me get that. All right, folks. I'll see you later.